Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy, do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy
They
there.
got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case.
I object.
Some of the content on this channel, can you hear me? Some of the content on this channel was not created by this channel. Maybe real true crime depiction of events may contain graphic content and language. Viewer discretion is advised. Content shown for educational and informational purposes. Does that cover it? Hey guys, we're watching court. We're watching real accounts of real crimes. And guess what? Bad stuff happens. And we're going to talk about it. If you have a problem with that, this is the time to go find another video. But today's not going to be bad at all. Today's not going to be bad at all. Why? Oh, because we're still waiting for court to begin. That's why. Oh, it's good to be here. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Let's see. Did a jury get seated yesterday? Not that we know of. Not that we know of. It's still in progress. We expect opening statements sometime today. But we're gonna talk about a few things. We've got a few things to talk about for sure. Let's see. As the music echoes slowly to a dull roar in my head. What am I forgetting? Oh yes, Mayla's mom. I'm forgetting a couple things. Hello, welcome. I'm the Recovery Addict. Thanks for joining me today here in the Court of Public Opinion. Also, welcome to Mayla's mom, who was first in chat. Mayla's mom, repeat offender. Habitual offender even. It's been a bit since you've won, but you're back on the naughty list, and as a result, we're going to punish you by...
When are we going to break for lunch, Judge?
It's a little early for that. We're going to punish you by sentencing you to internet ownership and force you to repair everything IP related worldwide.
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
We're going to address everything today. We're going to go there. Why are my cords all tangled up? I have no freedom of movement here. My cords are all... I'm in a box. All right, let's see what we have. We have this camera's working. All right, seems to be good. Do we have camera 3 working? Yeah, we're good on camera 3. Camera 6 and 7 are nowhere to be found, but that's all right. We'll figure out what's happening with them in just a minute. Good morning. Good morning. Happy Monday, part 2, or Tuesday, as some people call it. But here we are. All right. Holly says, sorry, my uncle's name is Carrie, pronounced Carrie. I'm guessing there was a previous message I should have read. Just one second, Holly.
I'm not a cat.
Greeners, yes, I opened your pickle stocking live yesterday. Thank you very much. I'm not sure if that was meant for the cat or if I can just appropriate that myself. Because is it Pickles the cat that gets the stocking? Let's see. Okay. RA is late. Yes, RA is late. I was busy reading. I got carried away amongst all the wonderful stuff there is to read and view on the internet. Which, have you guys seen that? The internet is huge. There's like anything you want is out there. Anything you want, you just have to know how to find it. And Mayla's mom is going to help you all find it today because she's in charge of the internet. So if you're missing anything on the internet, or if you're looking for something you don't know where it is, just give Mayla a quick message, shoot her a DM, and she should be able to help you out. That's her job. All right, birthdays, anniversaries today. I think we've got Lee today, right? Lee? Anybody else? Let's see. Lee's my birthday today. Okay, we've got Lee. I'm hoping this is not the birthday list. No, that can't be. There's no way that's the birthday list. That's just shout outs to high people. 13 days. You're close, Courtney. We'll get there soon. We'll get there soon enough. Today's my daughter Carla's birthday. Denise, we're going to sing to Carla as well. We'll throw her on the birthday list. Lee, Carla. Scrolling, looking for more birthdays. If you guys see one, wave your hand. Let's see. There's a buffer sound. That helps. way down here. My cat Winnie's birthday. You're just going to have to pet your cat today and just say happy birthday for me. Because here's why. I know that that cats don't pay attention when we talk to them, because I have one now. We're going to sing to Carrie, which is Holly's uncle. KH, oh my goodness, that blanket is amazing, absolutely amazing. It blew my mind. The quality and just how warm it is unbelievable. Let's see, Get Well song. I'm going to have to sing to my son too, because he's been up sharing the contents of his stomach periodically during the night. It's Walt Disney's birthday. He's not with us anymore, unfortunately, but happy birthday, Walt Disney. Ida, happy birthday. Hope you had a happy birthday on the Sunday. Okay, anybody else? Is it Winnie? I guess Winnie's the cat. Do we include the cat? You're always okay with including the cat. So we have Lee, Carla, Carrie, and Winnie. There's the buffer again. Please catch the birthday wishes. I didn't see them. I'm looking. Hang on. I was scrolling. Okay, here we go. Carla, Lee, Holly's favorite uncle, Carrie. All have birthdays today. Oh, those are the three I've got already. So I'm good. All right, before we lose them, though, let's quickly recognize a couple of people with a membership anniversary. Lacey Petit, Walt Disney's birthday. Thank you very much for that one. Let's see, we have Jen was here. Good morning, RA in chat. Thank you, Jen. 8 months there. Appreciate that as well. Christine Fortunato. A new member for 4 months. Brand new member for 4 months. Wonderful. Thank you, all of you. Mods, can someone have RA check the burner phone for my message about the Gabby Petito case, please? Are you, which one? I've been following that a little bit, where the parents basically admit that they knew. Let's see, where's the burner phone? Here it is. Just want to send a message. So I read an article that Brian Laundrie's parents admitted to them that Gabby was gone. He needed a lawyer. I was wondering if you could look into this. I'm assuming this means there will not be a civil trial now. Thanks for your time. I think there may still be a civil trial because the amount of oh my goodness, burner phone's going nuts. Oh, Winnie apparently is paying attention. Just 1 second. That's Winnie right there. This is Winnie. We're going to sing to her in just a minute.
Have them send someone with more experience.
We'll talk a little bit about the Petito case. I think there still is going to be a civil trial because even though that's one of the facts that is against the Laundries, and that will come out, and there's going to be a judgment of some sort levied in the civil trial. It's a money decision, is what it is. Hannah P, Recovery Addict, thank you for all you do. Thank you very much, Hannah P. We're covering a trial also with a Hannah P, but hopefully it's a different Hannah P. Hannah Payne is who we're covering out of Georgia as soon as that trial kicks off. Wahoo, time flies when you're having fun with True Crime Addicts. Yes, it does. Thank you very much, Lizzie Dog, for 7 months of support. Pauline with 11 months. It's not my birthday, but it's my anniversary of 11 months. RA, you're the best. Pauline, thank you so much. You are one of the OGs. With 11 months of support. Thank you so much. All right, here's what we have. We have birthdays. We have to sing. We have 4 people. So if you guys write this down.
Subject matter jurisdiction.
Write this down on your side so you can sing the names with me as we're all singing the song together. But we'll do that. Lee, just for Lee, we're going to do a special warm-up here. So everyone, I want you to stand tall, take a deep breath, and shoulders back. Hold it, and let it out. And one more time, roll your shoulders back as you take a breath. And let it back. Okay, so we've released the muscles on our chest so we can really take deep breaths and let us sing. Okay, follow me. Ready? We're going to do our octaves. La, 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 la. La, 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 la. La, 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 la. That was not octaves. Those were awful. I need my son in here with perfect pitch. He could help us. But everyone, warm up. La, 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 la. All right, everyone's ready. You've done your A-E-I-O-U sound, A-E-I-O-U. What other warm-up can we do? Because we need to get this song perfect for Lee. Just stretch your jaw, work your chin muscles a little bit if you need to. And remember, big, full sounds, project, sing to the back of the room. We're going to sing to the back of the room to make sure the voice really carries. DSN gifted a membership. Thank you very much, DSN, for that. Denise says, good morning, everyone from Cali. Welcome, Denise. Good to have you here with us. Mammy P, also member for 8 months. Thank you very much. Love that yellow courthouse. Just a few short months. It's going to change colors. And it's orange is the new yellow. Orange is the new yellow. All right, here we go. Let's now that we're all warmed up and ready to sing, we're going to sing in this order. We're going to sing Lee, Carla, Carrie, and Winnie. Winnie is a cat, but we're going to sing anyway. So here we go. And everyone, remember your parts. If you're going to do the high octave, okay, just blend with your neighbors. I'll go low, okay? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Lee, Carla, Carrie, and Winnie. Happy birthday to you. That was probably the best version we've ever sung together. I'm not saying that my contribution was the best I've ever given, but combined between the warm-ups, between everyone participating, and everyone did participate. I just looked at the numbers, and it shows that everyone, all 804 of you, were singing along. So thank you two, by the way, for those new stats that give me those real-time feedback. But wonderful. It was beautiful. The voices blended wonderfully. You all have great singing voices. And to those who are celebrating their birthday today, congratulations. It is a wonderful day, and we're so happy that you chose to spend it here with us instead of going to Denny's and getting free pancakes. But maybe free pancakes later on today. We'll just see what happens with the...
I object.
I object too, with the court case as we wait for them to seat a jury. But we're going to talk a little bit about this so we can get just the lay of the land on the court case as we get going, so you guys understand what the case is about. All right. Let's fade out that music. We're done with that. All right, let's see.
Is that correct?
Let's see. Legal Vice is streaming something about Maya trial issues. Any new news? I like them, but I prefer you. Melissa, what's happening in the Maya trial right now? I think by the 11th of December, the judge has ordered a response from the plaintiff on the motion from the defense for a directed verdict on a new trial. And basically he's like, hey, they sent something, you guys need to say something. That's all it amounts to. It doesn't mean the judge
don't miss the forest for the trees.
It doesn't mean he's saying, I'm leaning this way, you guys, why should I not do this? But yes, he needs an argument on both sides, then he's going to make a decision. Dr. Joe is on tonight. He's on at 6 p.m. tonight for those that are following. He's going to have Nick Whitney on as his guest. I already went in and said something in chat. If you do go pop over there, make sure you click the like button as well on his channel as he could use some support and encouragement as this is going to be his first live. Hopefully everything goes smoothly technology-wise.
I'm not a camel. Someone with more experience.
But it's going to be wonderful. So Dr. Joe tonight, we're super excited about that. I unfortunately am not going to be able to watch it live because I'm going to be out at a fancy dinner. And I don't do fancy dinners very often, but I've been invited to a fancy dinner with my wife. And the fancy dinner means two things. It means I have to dress up, and it means I'm going to spill something on my suit. But what it is I'm going to spill on my suit, I don't know yet. But that's what's going to happen tonight, because that's what happens when I dress up and eat. This is why I can't have nice things. All right, so excited to hear from Dr. Joe and Nick tonight. Please do go over to Dr. Joe Corcoran's channel. Give him a subscribe. He's well worth a subscribe. He's carrying on a conversation that's very important, one that that resonated here among this community, and he's continuing that conversation, and I think that's doing a wonderful service for all those who suffer from CRPS, and just silent pain in general, hidden pain in general. It's wonderful. But hearing him continue and talk to Nick is an amazing guy. And I didn't know he's been on with Rob, and that was a wonderful interview as well. But I'm looking forward to seeing him with Dr. Joe. Let's see, who's Dr. Joe? Dr. Joe Corcoran is basically the plaintiff's star witness. We had him on here for a quick interview as well. But he's the star witness that testified about the the IJ finding against the hospital. He has his own YouTube channel, and he's interviewing attorney Nick Whitney tonight live. So, I mean, what a great opportunity to go in there and be able to post questions and get them answered live between two just amazing minds that were right in the thick of things when it came to the Maya trial. So that's going to be great. All right. Where are we at? There does appear that a panel of 15 jurors said they were unaware of the case. Looks promising. Okay, so we're waiting for opening statements to begin, and I don't have a time frame on that for this trial. But let me tell you a little bit about this trial with Hannah Payne. Okay, Hannah Payne, and this is Hannah Payne was a witness to an accident. Okay, and it wasn't like a major hit and run style accident, met lots of damage. As a matter of fact, I don't know if it was even significant damage, but there was some damage, and everybody stopped. I think a couple of witnesses stopped. The driver that caused the accident stopped, and I think his name was Herring, and the driver that got hit stopped, and so they're sitting there waiting on the side of the road, and then while they're waiting, the driver who caused the accident, Mr. Herring, drove off, and there were some people who believed that he was acting strangely, possibly believed he might have been inebriated. It's later facts will probably reveal, I think we're going to hear this, that he was suffering a medical episode related to diabetes. But he drove off, and Miss Hannah Payne, who's 21 years old, decides to follow. And so she basically pursues him in an effort to not let him get away with this traffic accident. She pursues, and in the course of the pursuit, she makes a phone call to 911, and she says what's going on, and she's encouraged there by 911 not to continue the pursuit, that she shouldn't get involved this way, not to do this. And I can link Joe's channel in just a minute. I'll get that for you. I should have prepared that, but we'll get that. So she, instead of following the advice of the dispatcher, I believe we're going to hear that she instead continued the pursuit. And at this point where she's right behind the guy, she ends up, making a maneuver in her vehicle that was probably illegal, but making a maneuver to cut off the driver's path and bring them to a stop. And so this happens, and then there's an encounter between her and the driver. And in the encounter, somebody has a video. A bystander got a video where it appears that that during the encounter there may have been a firearm in one hand, and she was possibly striking the driver with her other hand in that moment. What we've heard from Hannah Payne's side is that her account of this event is a little bit different. I don't think they're disputing that she followed the guy and stopped him, but she says that she basically attacked her somewhat in that altercation at the side of his car, and that she pulled her gun in self-defense, and that in the struggle, the victim shot himself with her gun in the abdomen. That's the story of how it's going. Now realize there's nobody who has video. This is not like the last trial we watched where we had like 6 different camera angles and we can watch the whole event and everything that led up to it. It's not all there. Some of this is going to just be one person's word against another. And in this situation, in the exact moment, one of the people who witnessed this is no longer with us. The other person is the defendant. And then we have some outside bystanders that have some information about this incident. So it's going to be crazy, but we have a couple different factors that make this a unique trial. First of all, it's a traffic accident turned murder, right? That's not usually how it goes down. Traffic accident, then a flee in an accident, a citizen becoming involved, a citizen's arrest type maneuver, and then a fatality. So things escalated a lot like they did in the last trial. There are probably many points during this situation where it could have gone a different direction, but these are the facts that we have for the case. So if we look at just the case itself, she's facing 8 counts. 8 counts. The first one is murder felony, murder malice, aggravated assault, another murder felony count, false imprisonment, and 3 counts of weapons possession during commission of a crime. So the weapons possession are aggravating counts, which make it more serious. She's basically possible life in prison is what she's facing right now. Let me just look and see. See if there's anything else on the docket there for that. Not seeing anything new other than that. So we have a lot of counts. I'm not sure. We'll have to hear what the counts are for, because sometimes they'll break apart a crime and say you're charged with this for this portion and this for that portion and this for that portion. So when you have 3 committing a crime in possession of a firearm, they're going to be for different times during the crime. Yes, dispatcher. Like we said, the dispatcher told her not to follow, and not to take matters into your own hands. So it's almost a vigilante type situation where somebody wanted to bring justice. This happened back in 2019, and Hannah was 21 at the time. She's young. She was 21, and so now we're 4 years later. She's 25 now, roughly. So this has been a trial that's been sort of delayed just a little bit. Okay. Afternoon, everyone, from sunny Scottish borders. Wonderful. It's also sunny here. First mistake was following the gentleman. I think this is right. When she got that advice from the dispatch not to follow, that is sound advice. Don't involve yourself in a crime. Don't, because it escalates it. It really does. Miss Lisa says, YouTube recommendation turned into favorite channel. Thank you, Recovery Addict family, for allowing me to join. Of course, Miss Lisa. Thank you very much. Is she out on bail? I don't know her status. Let me see. See if we can do a quick check of Clayton County. Clayton County, Georgia, inmate search. Here we go. Let's do a quick check. Last name, Payne. Search by name. Let's try the full name, maybe. I'm not seeing her on the list here. Lots of other bad dudes on the list, but I don't see her. I like their search. Oh my goodness, Clayton County does an amazing job here in Georgia of giving you access to, so like you can look at the last bookings for the last 48 hours or the last 31 days, the 14 days. So you can just say what happened recently and what was it for. So, and they'll list the docket number, which is a hyperlink, so it'll take you right to the case, which is just amazing. They've got the intake time, the release date and time, or whether they're in jail or released, their name, including their address. So it's age, the charge against them, and the bond amount, all on one page. This is how it should be done. Every other county in the United States, take a look at Clayton County, Georgia's inmate search form. That is the way it should be. Nancy Mammy DeMay says, yo-ho, I cannot believe how fast it's been. Love you all in here. Thank you, R.A. Thank you very much, Nancy. I appreciate you being here. Would not be the same without you. Erica W., thanks for all you do, and this is the best channel. Well, you make it that way. Thank you very much, Erica. Thank you. Oh, my goodness, Ashley. Yes, I forgot this part. I forgot. Yesterday, this almost fell apart. This almost fell to pieces. We had, late in the afternoon,
I'm not a cat.
the state came in and offered a plea deal. The morning, basically, they're in jury selection. They're mid-jury selection. The state comes in and like, oh, by the way, we'd like to make you an offer. Now the plea was such that it was say we're going to get it's life in prison with a chance of parole. Okay, and she turned it down. Now what does this say when the state right before trial says we'd like to offer? Is this a sign of weakness, or is this just generosity? You know, is it just because the system's busy? Let's see. Lara Pertula, welcome to the gallery. Look at that. Good to have you back in Kohler. Love your profile picture as well. Diana Beatson, welcome to the gallery as well. Thank you very much. I sent you a link for the agenda for the motions hearing in the Maya case. Jess, thank you very much. Did that just come through? There it is. It's right there on top. Google Drive. Somebody's been doing some homework here. Of course, it connects me using the wrong account. It's saying it's not giving me access, and so I'll have to check and make sure it's connected with the right account. Okay, so we had Diana Beatson. Welcome very much. Also, Laura, so glad to be part of this family. 8 months, Laura. 8 months. That's wonderful. Thank you so much. Okay, so we have I'm curious. What do you think? She's out on a $220,000 bond. Thank you, Linda, for the update on that. She's currently out on bond. What does it mean when the state gives you a plea deal? Oftentimes, the state will say no plea, right? We've got you. You're nailed to rights. We can prove this. Any jury, any day of the week is going to side with us on this one. And why let you off with a lighter sentence than what you deserve, right? We can prove every single charge, but here the state comes in the night, the 11th hour. I guess, is that the latest one, the 11th hour, and says, tell you what, how about you just plead guilty to this and we're going to give you a chance at parole? Does this mean we have a case where it'll be difficult to prove? Is it involving that exact incident? The only one witness, the only one surviving witness tells a story that happened differently than what the state wants to prove, or the state can't prove exactly what happened then? I'll tell you what looks against her right now. Let's see. Court TV last night saying the jury selection could go into next week as 600 potential jurors showed up. They question 15 at a time. Each questioning session is 2 hours. I heard they possibly seated a jury. We'll have to check the Twitter webs and see if that's correct. So many trials, man. So many trials. All right. Family may have wanted a deal to avoid the trial, but she turned it down. She made a counteroffer, but they would not say what it was, and the state declined it. Love this channel, the community. Nikki, this is like some last-minute negotiations, and this is super frustrating for anyone who tries to plan what they want to follow in court. But this can happen like this. It can be like in the middle of the last minute, everything changes. The schedule's completely changed. Perhaps their case isn't rock solid. This is what I'm thinking. They do not feel confident. I'm thinking the issue is the actual moment, because for the most part, nothing that she did was a crime. Like following somebody isn't necessarily a crime, right? It's bad. It's poor advice. Maybe we'll have to see how it actually went down. But I don't believe she committed a crime until she possibly either assaulted him or at what point were her actions just unwise? At what point did they turn to illegal? Vicky, we haven't had a citizen's arrest case to my knowledge yet. Somebody can correct me if we've had one that covered it, but this one seems to have a citizen's arrest right in the middle of it. They aren't feeling the case as solid as they think it is, or they lost a witness. So could the defense ask for a plea and they offered one? Usually it doesn't go that way. Usually, sometimes the defense might say we're waiting to see if there's a plea, but the plea comes from the prosecution. They're the ones who write the terms generally. It sounds like there was a counter plea on this one, and the state said that's too far. Don't think the state has a weak case because that wasn't that great of a deal. True. Elder School's grandma. Life in prison with a chance at parole is the only thing they were giving her was parole, the opportunity at parole, which, as we saw yesterday, it can change. It could mean that she does 20 years. It could mean she does 12, 15 instead of life. But if it's reasonable doubt, then I would never take a plea. Reasonable doubt is the highest standard we have. It's the highest standard of proof. Beyond a reasonable doubt. The plea was life with the possibility of parole. What do they have her charged with? Sorry, I missed all the info. The charges that we've got on the books right now, I'm not sure if this is how it's going to move forward or not. Let's see. Go back to... Criminal, Hannah Payne. Okay, the charges we have for her are murder felony, murder malice, aggravated assault, murder felony, false imprisonment, and 3 counts of weapons possession during commission of a crime. So eight different counts right now, and I'm not sure if they'll all go all the way to the jury. Let me check the internet. Let's see if this case goes to trial. Can we follow it? Florida DUI suspect arrested after threatening deputies in profanity-laden. Wow. Let's see. You're going to get me. You're going to get me a content strike. That YouTube hates police chases. By the way, YouTube hates them. Every time I do a police chase, they get demonetized. Okay, plea was life with possibility of parole. Don't know what the counter plea was. We'll probably never know the details on that one. Is there video of this incident? There is some video, Recovery Chad. There's some video. We have audio as well of 911 calls, and we have some other eyewitnesses that are going to testify. Everything that followed after she was told to stop was cause and effect. Okay, Ms. Wiz, I hear this. The dispatcher told her, don't pursue. But that is not a lawful order by a police officer. That is not an order not to. That is good advice. So it did not become a crime at that point, but it does show possibly some intent. That's the, he really threatened him. It probably is not going to go to trial, I'm guessing. He's probably going to plead guilty. Like the LA Parole Board suggests, probation with 5 days community service. Oh, it's 5 hours. 5 hours of community service, Zoe. That's all. 5 hours makes it better. Wasn't a police chase. It was just a traffic stop that ended with a DUI, and he threatened the lives of the cops and the cops' family, including children. Ooh. Yeah, that won't go well with him. There's very few juries that like to go lightly on that sort of stuff. Don't involve the families and the children. Getting out of your car with a weapon is just insane. I'm not sure where she drew the weapon. Okay. I have to say I would never follow a stranger for any reason. Nothing good ever comes of it. Rita Patootie, this is good advice. This is like, what was that saying I said the other day? The lose a fight and run away, live to run another day. This is good advice on survival. Check the mod chat. We'll check the mod chat. Just 1 second. I'll have to look at it. Sharon, are you saying that's a... is there a link to that that's already done? It's just another trial suggestion. Okay. I'm behind on chat. I'm going to try to catch up here. Just 1 second. Brandy's covering a retrial as well. That's a tough case. Oh, my goodness. The one she's covering. She ended up pulling up in front of him, from what I understand. Yeah, she like blocked out his path. And I believe Hannah Payne was in a Jeep. He was in a truck, and she like pulls up in front of him, and jumps out and confronts him. Oh, it's up. Let me see if what this one allows. Oh my goodness. This is terrible. The camera angles are terrible on that one. Sharon, that is so bad. Link to a little trial where the cameras basically were staring at the wall for the whole trial. That would be a tough watch. Driving behind someone to get their license plate is different than chasing them down. I'm curious about her intent. Ray, I am also curious. I have not listened to the full police recording of the 911 call, but it's going to be Scott's equipment down. Why would it be down? It seems to be working right now for me. I live 40 minutes from this incident, but you don't seem to believe what I'm saying. What did you say that I didn't believe? Where was that, Ava? Let's see. Let me scroll back, see what you're sharing with us. She followed him for 1 mile, not a chase. So, Ava, are you saying that the facts, the media or the people who covered this and put the stories together are sort of spinning this to make it seem worse than it was? What did she hope to get from following him? Would she still followed him if she didn't have a gun? Let's see. He stayed at the scene for 20 minutes after the accident, then left for medical emergency. It was 4 years ago. We believe he was suffering from diabetes, an imbalance that was affecting his judgment. Thank you, Ava. I appreciate the updates. And thanks, as for a local, we love to get the input and the understanding that only comes from understanding the scenario. Christopher Gilroy says, Recovery Addict wife was sideswept down a highway. She pulled over. Guy didn't. She followed him for a solid 5 miles while on the phone with 911. He stopped at his diabetes appointment, went right inside, never knew. Whoa. Whoa. She was 21. He was much older. Okay, so is this the motorcycle one? I don't think this is motorcycle. No, this is, I think these are all vehicles. I believe initially there was a truck with a semi-truck. There was the initial accident, and then a Jeep with the truck was Hannah and the original crash person, Herring. Is the court on break? No, they're selecting a jury, and we're trying to figure out when they're going to start. That's it. Diabetic episode makes people think you're drunk. They do present in similar ways if you're not familiar with the situation. Those who have seen a diabetic episode might readily be able to identify it in somebody else, where people who aren't familiar with either might just assume they're drunk. Christopher, this story gets better. He never knew he hit her, nor the $10,000 damage. State police went into the office and they wouldn't give him any info because of HIPAA. The cop had to wait for him to come out from his appointment. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Hopefully everybody and everything is made right in that one through insurance or something. Okay. Point is, like my wife, if she didn't follow him, we would have been completely out of pocket because no one would ever have known he went there, where he went. Possibly like this lady. I don't know. Christopher, I'm wondering where, if they had identified his vehicle from driver's license, from his license plate, is it then necessary to follow him? They probably had pictures of him at the accident if he stopped for 20 minutes with his license plate. I think they might have been able to find him. We'll find out as the case progresses.
I'm not a cat.
I'm not a cat. Give me just 1 second. Let's see if we can get some. What was that one? Ooh, Dr. Joe tagged me. I'm going to retweet that.
When are we going to break for lunch, Judge?
Who's hungry already? We just barely started. I brought a snack. I brought granola bars to snack on.
Have them send someone with more experience.
Okay. Looks like jury selection is continuing right now. Openings could be this afternoon.
Don't miss the forest for the trees.
So it looks like I'm seeing here that we haven't. Does anyone have any confirmation otherwise? I'm showing that jury selection is continuing as of 15 minutes ago. Kimby says, Hannah's attorney countered with a 5-year plea, but state rejected. Sadly, this case has people going crazy for the wrong reasons. Kimby, 5 years versus a life. That is a huge discrepancy between the two.
I'm not a camel.
Thank you, M. Young. I'll take a look at that. We'll keep an eye on the hearing that happens in 10 days. That's going to be an important one. My wife made chicken soup last night. We took some to a couple families who are feeling poorly. She also made those delicious rolls. Delicious, delicious rolls.
Squirrel.
Crazy Cat Queen is writing a paper that's due tomorrow. Crazy Cat Queen, let me just throw this out there. 2 suggestions.
I don't consent to that name.
Chat GPT and crowdsourcing. Let us help. Let us help. Five years is a slap in the face to the person that died and his family. Melissa, yes, I would say that they would be really offended by that number. But at the same point, if her point is that she did nothing wrong and he ended up unaliving himself. Hey, do you need me, Mrs. R.A.? She left. She's coming from a standpoint of maybe I shouldn't have brought a firearm to the situation, and that's the only thing she did wrong in her mind, possibly. It's a science. If it's a science paper, Angela's going to help Djordjevic. Is it Djordjevic? Is the J a Y sound, Angela? Djordjevic. Is it G?
When are we going to break for lunch?
Crowdsourcing, like when we all helped you write your paper for Sarah Boone? Yes, that's what I'm offering exactly. We could put up a little link, do a little a Google Doc, and everyone just take a paragraph. Carolina 50 says, good morning, sir. Sent you a message on the burner about the Pearson County Woods case. Let me take a quick peek. 919. It's loading. Oh, okay. Scott. I'm Scott. Carolina 50. This is the one, the accident, right? This is the accident with the parents that leave the kid in the road and steal the other guy's truck after shooting him and drive away. Is that the same case? Because yes, I need some information on that. I'd love to find out court clerk names, schedules, things like that. I'd love to see if we can get a camera in there and do our own coverage. Yes, you are, Scott, Melissa. It's one of those days. Yes, that's it. That would be awesome. I would love to pursue that. If you're able to monitor that, I have not seen Pearson County. Let's see, or Person County, I think it is. Let's do a quick search on Person County. You're only a couple hours away from me. And I think I've been metal detecting up in Person County. Top stories. That's not it. Criminal calendars. That's just the current stuff. To receive court notifications for criminal cases, please contact the clerk of the court. The county the case is heard. Okay, there's person. There's person. Can try to do a search for this. Defendant name for Person County. Woods. What's the first name? Is it Kenneth? Nope, that's just an assault on a female. What's the any update on Farouk? I checked last night and he had not been taken into custody yet. We can check again. Just 1 minute here. Let's see. That's Thurston County. Let's do a quick search for Farouk. Still not in custody, so he's still out on the lam. He's got to buy dog food sometime. I mean, I think they can find him. Okay. My wife made a good shirt on the cricket, and it says, "Ask me about jury nullification." Oh my goodness, wear that to court. Wear that to court. No, don't. But that maybe outside court. Nikki, I'm seeing the same thing. They're expecting possibly an afternoon, which means they probably seated half the jury about right now. Okay. Well, what is Mr. Wood's first name? Can anyone tell me? What state is that case in? Misty, we're talking about... well, if you're talking about Mr. Woods' case, this is the one in North Carolina, in Person County, where the Woods family, and I believe it was husband, wife, and son, were walking along the side of the road. a driver driving a corrections officer vehicle, so basically someone who works at the jail, was driving along the road, passed them, and struck and killed the son. He pulls over and stops, okay, because it was an accident. He stops. The father, I believe, gets in an altercation with the driver, shoots and kills the driver. Then the mother and the father get in the driver's car and drive off, leaving the son and the corrections worker in the road. That one. So that's the Woods case, and that's here in North Carolina, Person County. So we're trying to follow that one. I'm just looking. Does anyone have the first name? It was Chad. Thank you. Let me find Mr. Chad. There he is. Okay, felony, second-degree murder, larceny, motor vehicle. Okay, we've got the court date on that one is scheduled for the 11th of January. Wow. Hey, this is good. That's right before Sarah Boone. Let me see what his other case is. He's got two with the same date, and then a separate felony possession of firearm by a felon. Nice. So these two, just for those that are keeping score, Chad Woods, the main case that we're following is 23 CRS 384972. That's in Person County, North Carolina, and we would love to get in there. So here's what I need. I need this case. I need emails, updates on this case. So I'll probably have to reach out to the clerk of court and court dates. Person County. Okay. To receive court date notifications for criminal cases, please contact the clerk of the Superior Court. In Person County. So that's District 9. Sorry, guys, it's homework time right now. So, okay, we'll figure that one out. I need to track that one. Can we watch the parole board thing? Ashley, yes. Oh, we've got Judge Boyd who just came online as well. Give me just 1 second. Let's see, because I know she has a jury trial today. I just want to see. Usually she starts those a little bit later in the day, though. Let's see. We've got jury trial. Oh, they've got some spicy stuff going on. Check this out.
Barrier. So it was my understanding after that hearing with the 19th, that judge was sending a recommendation that he have a full hearing before the board, and that's led us here today.
Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, thank you for clearing that up. All right. Thank you for clearing. Thank you.
Mr. Fang, is there anything you would like to say to the board?
We have a translator.
ကျွန်တော်လေအဲ့အဖမ်းခံရတော့ဟာကျွန်တော်သားကျွန်တော်ရိုက်တယ်အဲ့တော့ဖမ်းတဲ့ရေးကိုလေကျွန်တော်ပြောတယ်ကျွန်တော် ER ရောက်သွားတယ်လေ emergency ရောက်သွားတယ်ကျွန်တော်ရေးကိုမေးကြည့်တယ်ဘာဖြစ်လို့ကျွန်တော်ဖမ်းတာလဲသူကကျွန်တော်ရိုက်တယ်ဘာဖြစ်လို့ကျွန်တော်ဖမ်းတာလဲမင်းမဘာမှမပြောဘဲတဲ့ကျွန်တော်ဖမ်းပြီးတော့ကျွန်တော်ဘာမှလည်းမမေးဘူးလေကျွန်တော်ဘာဖြစ်ပြက်လဲကျွန်တော်ဘာမှမမေးဘူးလေရိုက်ခံရတာကျွန်တော်ဖမ်းခံရလေကျွန်တော်ဖြစ်နေတယ်
So it was totally misunderstanding because of the language barrier. He was the victim. He was the one who went to the ER and get treatment. So he tried to talk to the police officer, but it was not efficient because of the language barrier. So he believed that it was totally misunderstanding.
I do have one question, Jim. Ask him what was the argument with his wife about?
အဲ့ကြတော့အမျိုးသမီးနဲ့ရန်ဖြစ်တာကြတော့ဘာအတွက်ဖြစ်တာလဲ
ကျွန်တော်တောက်ဆုံးသွားတာလေကျွန်တော်ကနည်းနည်းစကားချမ်းတယ်ပေါ့နော်အမျိုးသမီးကမကြိုက်ဘူး ဟုတ်လားပါပဲ
relate to okay ပြောပါဦး
ကျွန်တော်တားကိုဆုံးမတာကျွန်တော်ကစကားနဲ့ကြမ်းတော့သူကမကြိုက်ဘူးအဲ့ဒါမင်းကသူ့ဖက်ပါတယ်ဘာညာပေါ့နော်ကျွန်တော်မိမနဲ့
Congratulations, listen to learn.
So his wife was protecting defending for their son, so that's why the argument was related to the son.
Thank you.
Panel ready to vote?
Yeah. I recommend executive session to discuss confidential matters related to this case.
And they're off.
Second. Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yes.
The Committee on Parole will be at recess for a short moment to go into executive session to discuss matters of a confidential nature. We will resume as soon as that executive session is ended.
All right. So they're going to...
ပြီးလို့ရှိရင်ပေါ့နော်သူခဏဆွေးနွေးမယ်တဲ့သူဆွေးနွေးပြီးလို့ရှိရင်ပြန်လာမယ်
So they're on break. Let's see. Janice, Southern Utah, the ground there is not too mineralized. It is somewhat, but I realize you've got like Kennecott and everything right near, not far away. But as far as metal detecting goes, it's not terrible. It's not terrible ground. I would, depending on your budget, on the high end, I would probably go with an Equinox 600, which runs about $600. Or maybe I mean, if you want a really nice one, the Equinox Manticore. On the low end, I'd probably say probably nothing cheaper than about the Nokta Macro Simplex, which is around $270. So it goes. That's about $1,000 range between the two. All right.
Break for lunch, Judge.
Misconstrue just stopped by to say hello. Been a while. Goodbye. Well, in and out. That was quick. Good to have you here. Judge Boyd is live. We're going to pop in there really quickly. See if we can watch what she's up to. There she is. Okay.
Ava. Thank you.
There we go.
Patrick Jenkins. All right. Thank you.
She's calling the roll. Ooh, look at
Jordan
that bag.
Summers. Jordan Summers. In custody, we have Richard Rodriguez, Ricky Perez, Rogelio Lara. Thank you.
Rick
Stephen
Grover.
Rose.
Rick Grover, welcome to the
Thank
gallery.
you.
Good to have you here as a new member.
In custody, we have Jose Carrion. How do you pronounce that? Pantoja. I never know if the J is a J or an H.
I have the same problem, Judge.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Roland Diaz, custody.
Who's the
Kristen
judge in the Hannah
Torres
Payne trial?
Lugo, custody. Mark Reyes, custody. Nathan Cruz, custody. Joel Castillo. Thank you. Thank you. Dylan Parker. Thank you. Is there a Sergio Serta? If you're here, your case has been reset at the request of your attorney. Abdul Miller, custody. Jack Bernal. Jack Bernal. All right, those of you who are on the front row, you're only on the front row if you're late. Jack Bernal. Pablo Rodriguez. Pablo Rodriguez.
Her front row is just for the bad people?
Gallegos custody. Felix Acuna. Felix Acuna. Felix Apolinar, custody. Devin Wilson, custody. John Garcia, custody. Joshua Patillo, custody. Edgar Aguilar, custody. Johnny Limon, custody. Is there anyone who came in late or your name was not called? Oh, wow. Look at this, Norma. Yes, what's your name? I'm sorry, what? Tavon. Spell your first name. All right. Do you know your SID number or case number? $3118.
35.
All right. Is it 2 8s or 3? All right, 1188354. All right, what's your name? Zachary Sanchez. Is he on the docket? All right, what's your case number or sit number?
Judge is going to have a busy day today with a jury trial. And
all right, is that who is that with you? So guys, listen up. Mothers, fiancés, and girlfriends always keep up with your information for you, so you need to be nicer to them.
That was advice for the day right there. Be nicer to your mom.
All right, we're going to come back to him. Do you have it?
Wives.
All right, we'll come back to you. Yes.
Brian Maldonado.
First name?
Brian.
Brian, last name?
Maldonado.
Do you know your case number or sit number? All right, just have a seat. We'll get with you. Yes. Jennifer Mares?
Yes.
All right. So if you'll sit on the front row. What page is she on?
She's on page 29.
All right. Yes. Alan Little. Do you know your case number or sit number?
736878.
All right. Do you know who your attorney is? Have you had contact with your attorney? All right. We're going to make sure it happens today. Alan Little. And the case number is 736878. See if you can get his attorney here. Yes, you, sir. All right, everyone, I need you all to whisper. Yes. First name? Samuel. Last name? Vasquez. Do you know your case number, sit number?
Case number 720714.
All right, have you had contact with your attorney? All right, we're going to make sure that happens today. All right, who do we have over here? Is she on the docket? She is? All right. You need to be on the first row. All right, what's your name?
Frank Torres.
Frank Torres. Do you know your case number, sit number?
699761.
699?
761 is my sit number.
All right, have you had contact with your attorney?
I spoke to him, we emailed yesterday. He said that my court date got moved from yesterday to today.
All right, okay, just have a seat. All right, everyone, these are the rules of the court. Number one, attorneys. If you have a client that is in custody, once you request your client, do not leave the courtroom because there is a limited number of people we can have out for security reasons. Number two, it's our jury trial day. So cases that do not work out, we will be bringing up a jury at 11. Number three, to the persons in the box. I know some of you are in orange, so you're probably thinking, hey, my case is not going to go. That just means that we forgot or there was a miscommunication on dressing you for trial. We will send you back and bring you back dressed for trial. All right, attorneys, to my left, boxes for criminal trial division. To my right, files for family violence. There's an uptick in flu, pneumonia. People are in the hospital needing breathing treatments. Let's not be the court that spreads germs. So once you pull your file, just put it on the prosecutor's desk, have a seat. They will call you in the order in which they receive your file. To the back is probation. Bianca, can you raise your hand? Do not crowd around her. Do not put your stuff on her desk. Even though you don't see walls, they're invisible. That is her office. Don't sit on her desk. Don't put paper on her desk. Don't turn your back to her. If you have someone who's on probation, if you have someone who's here for sentencing, please confer with her. To my left is the court reporter. Do not lean on her stuff. Do not put your paper on your stuff. Do not sit on her stuff or touch her desk or her equipment. Her equipment costs over $10,000. It's like Pottery Barn. If you damage it, you will have bought it. If you have a client who wishes to speak in a language other than English, it does not matter whether you speak the language or not, an interpreter needs to be called down. Do not approach the court coordinator asking for a reset, asking for a continuance. I'm the only person who can give that to you. She cannot. if you have conferred with the state, conferred with your client, and if your client is an inmate and they have been brought out and you're ready to speak with the court about your case, grab your file. Ask the clerk to pull the file. They place it here. You have a seat. I'll call you in the order of appearance. Now, attorneys, lately, this is what's been happening. Attorneys have been approaching. And I'm like, why are you approaching? Oh, I'm here on this file. Did you tell the clerk you were ready? No. So, attorneys, we are very intelligent people. And I know attorneys don't read. And I put myself in that category when I was attorney, not reading things, not listening to instruction. But these are the instructions. So let's make this a Tuesday where everybody follows the instructions. It's going to flow so smoothly if we do. We're going to put a smile on our face. We're going to confer with kindness in our hearts. And whether or not we like the offer that the prosecutor has tendered, we're still going to smile at them as though we do. All right. So everyone, please confer and let's have a great Tuesday.
Smile at the prosecutors, guys. That's all she asks. Just smile at the prosecutors, even if you don't like their offer. That is great advice. I think after that, there's nothing we can do but have a great Tuesday. As long as everyone follows the rules here, we'll all get along and everyone will be happy. But you get like 2 or 3 people in a row that can't figure out Judge Boyd's rules. And
you need to talk to somebody?
And she's going to be grumpy judge in a heartbeat. Rick Groover, if I didn't welcome you, welcome. Great to have you here as a new member. Thank you. Ozzie Gardner as well. Woohoo! #1 Aussie juror.
Yes.
Good to have you here. 5 months.
When are we going to break for lunch, Judge?
Dylan Parker?
We're optimistic that our case that we're following today, the one that's our thumbnail is all about, the Hannah Payne murder trial out of Georgia, is going to go to opening statements at some point today. Probably just opening statements.
Jason
no
and Daniel, I'm sending you all an email.
But we're not sure.
Yes, I just received an email from Charles
trying
Vaughn.
to seat a jury.
The military wants him back now. So I'm sending it.
I mean, just sit him there somewhere. So, you know.
So I'm sending you all the letters. So you should have received it. And I'm like, wow. I did not know.
I don't know if they're going to want him after they have him.
Oh, no, they're saying he has not fulfilled his contract. They want him back now. And he owes them, I guess,
AWOL?
6 years, and they want their 6 years.
Well, are they going to send him to where's the, yeah, is that where the military jail is?
No, well, they're saying that if he doesn't come back, they are going to do a court martial, but they want him back. And they want him to fulfill his contract. And obviously, I guess they know what his charges are. I'm going to make sure that they know what his...
Because they wrote to the judge.
They would not bring him back.
No, you know what it reminds? It reminds me of when I was in political science class, the professor said, hey, if the military called you up and asked you to serve, would you serve? And so one guy who was about, I don't know, maybe 60, he's like, yeah, I'm serving. Yeah. And the professor's like, why? He's like, if the military is asking for me, we are in dire straits. So, yeah.
That's about accurate.
Yeah. But I sent it to you guys.
Okay, thanks, Joe.
Okay.
Wow, so the military's moving in to grab an AWOL. AWOL.
All right, Frank
soldier.
Torres.
Okay.
You need to go to Impact Court. Impact Court, it's on the second floor. Yes, and your attorney will meet you there. And on the top of the door, it says Felony Impact Court.
Yes, ma'am. Second floor. Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome.
Who's this guy with the olive brown trench coat?
Norma, is it
that's
me
giving
or
us
is it hot in
the
here?
awful view.
Oh my gosh.
Spooky days. Welcome back. Good to have you here.
Pablo Rodriguez.
Have them send someone with more experience.
Yes, we did see a guy get snagged by the U.S. Marshals right out of court. Content warning. Do I have to do the content warning again? Hey, guys, guess what? We're following real crimes in real courts. Sometimes the facts of those crimes are, guess what? They're crimes. And we will follow details, accounts, sometimes renditions, depictions, videos, versions of that. And we might see things that might be, some people might not like to see them. This is your warning. We can't predict what's going to happen in court. We can't predict what the evidence is going to be, but we are here to watch that and commentate on that and provide that as for informational purposes. So please be warned that that bad things happen, and when bad things happen, bad people go to court and talk about it, and we're here for that. Let's see, Judge Boyd. Oh, she has so many stories. She is great. Anyone been able to source her purse from today? As always, we just need the brand name of the purse as well as approximate cost. And Cloudier, hello, RA. How are you? I am doing fine. Thank you, Ann, by the way. Thanks for the super chat. Good to have you here. Carolina 5-0, welcome to the gallery.
Okay, I like that.
Keep me in the loop on the Woods case, Carolina 5-0. That's one I'm very interested in. If this goes to trial, I'd like to be there. Olive brown. What would you call that color? Earth brown?
Whenever you're done with her, let's leave.
Dark tan?
Norma, they just sent me an email for a meeting at 4 today, a judicial meeting. So I need to be there. Yes.
When the olives turn that color, you don't eat them, but olives do turn that color. DFS Cleveland? I know a little bit about DFS. Can't tell you, but I know a little bit.
Yeah, everybody goes downstairs.
I know up in Virginia yesterday there was a home explosion as the police were moving in, and it was captured on video. Just phenomenal. Disability Diva. Oh poop! I missed the start of the stream on my birthday. I'm an Aussie holidaying in Thailand, and time zone threw me off. Love your work. Okay, Disability Diva. Disability Diva, we want to wish you a happy birthday.
No, you mean which one?
Happy birthday,
no,
Disability
Diva. Creepy. I think
happy birthday to you. There we go. We
just never seen a creepy elf before.
Ooh, creepy elves. What did I miss?
Sure.
She just said don't approach.
Okay, you need to have them pull the file in the back. Yes, you're welcome.
The judge told you not to approach for that very reason, and now you just approached. Mr. Opetorso says, Recovery Addict, wow, the pain case looks intense. I feel they'd argue self-defense as it was even if it was slightly possible. We may have the right to citizen's arrest, but we lack the job immunity of police.
Okay, Diana, you're really making it easy for me to find you. You're even adding 187 to it.
Is that another judge that's standing there in the middle of the courtroom?
Then everybody's doing the date.
It looks like she's wearing a robe as well. Is that bad form? Coffee brown. That's a good color. Is it bad form to wear a judge's robe to court? Is that like mocking the judge? Camel, khaki. These are all things. Dark olive brown works as well.
Joseph Montemarino.
Judge, I'm present.
What, are you ready to proceed on that?
We're ready. He texted me saying that he had issue with
bench warrant.
COVID. I told him he needed to bring something from the doctor.
Okay.
He has an
Norma,
issue with
this needs
COVID.
an interpreter.
Bring someone. Bring something from the doctor.
Okay.
Be here anyway.
What is he? On the doctor.
Yeah, Eric Gonzalez Lopez.
I thought you were looking at his face.
No. Oh, the interpreter is here.
How would the court? So he just.
If he doesn't have anything, I'm going to give him till 10 o'clock to get that to the court. Otherwise, a warrant's going to be issued.
This morning?
Yes. So
Bench
you all
warrant.
come back at 10. All right, thank you.
Okay, now judge says 10. She's 2 hours behind us, I believe. She's in Bexar County, Texas. The judge saying he's not creepy, he's cute. That was about me singing, apparently.
All right, who's here on Eric Gonzalez Lopez?
Judge, good morning.
Good morning. All right, Mr. Lopez, if you'll come up.
A man shot a flare gun at the house and exploded, so he probably did a intentional gas leak and then a flare gun. Wow.
Good morning. How are you doing?
I'm well. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing okay. So what is happening with this case?
Judge, this was our final, I guess, plea date, and
All right, everyone needs to whisper.
I have discussed.
And I'm going to have to ask everybody, when people are before the bench, don't approach the coordinator or anybody because there's a lot of chatter from the side and it makes it difficult for everybody to concentrate what is happening now.
Your Honor, I have discussed, there were two final offers conveyed.
The lady holding
this
the paper in
morning
front of her
by the
face
state.
is an interpreter.
One of them we already knew about. The other was a little different than what we had been discussing. It's my understanding from my client, and I'd like the court to confirm with him that he is rejecting those offers and understands that there will be no further offers and that we will be proceeding to trial.
All right. Mr. Gonzalez Lopez,
Kenny, we're waiting for the trial to start.
do you
They're still doing
understand the
jury
offer
selection.
that's been tendered?
Yes.
All right. And do you wish to go to jury trial?
Yes.
All right. Do you understand that in this court, there's what's called a plea deadline date? Do you understand that?
Yes.
So what that means is that the court will not accept any plea bargain agreements in this case after today without good cause. Otherwise, you have to plead open to the court. Do you understand?
Yes.
So what that means is when a jury lines outside and they come into the court, now is not the time, at that time, excuse me, is not the time to say, oh, guess what? I do want that offer that was tendered. I wasn't expecting that there would actually be a jury trial. Do you understand?
Yes, I understand.
All right.
Thank
Is
you,
there
Judge.
anything else?
No, I'll just get with Norma, I guess, for the date, or do you want to give us a date?
All right. Are y'all ready for trial today?
Judge,
We were still waiting on that translation. It should be done this week.
Okay. Is this the translation that's already in the court's file?
There's a couple different translations. I think there's one or two more that are left outstanding in this case that we were told should be done by the end of this week.
And I'll just remind the court that this is probably the last time you'll see me until after the first of the year because I did have vacation.
Okay.
She's like,
All right,
I was
so
supposed to be on vacation.
When did you say
So
definitively that translation is going to be ready?
From memory, I remember we got an email last week saying that they should be done by this week.
All right. So what we're going to do is, Norma, can you recall this back? Are you going to be here on December 14th?
No, Judge, I'm out I'm out from December 8th to January 8th. Sorry.
No problem.
I'll be checking my emails. If I don't get the translation, I can certainly let the court know via email, but I won't be able to be here.
Parrot
All
Court
right,
did
and
the
how long are
homework.
you
It's a
expecting this
Patricia
jury
Nash
trial to last?
Giazza handbag.
2 to 3 days, Judge, just because there's a lot of witnesses. There's a couple different scenes.
Okay. All right, Ms. Ferguson. On this case, it's going to be 2 days for a jury trial. What date can you give them? And on this other case, are there co-defendants in this case?
Yes, Judge.
I was gonna say, I think that's probably a little bit optimistic on the time. I think that we're probably gonna be looking at, if I'm assuming that he's gonna wanna go to the jury for punishment, just in case he is convicted, but I'll discuss that with him. I would think even if he's going to the court for punishment, I think the case in chief is probably about 3 days, at least.
Are there videos?
There are probably going to be a few videos, Judge.
Are there videos that are over 13 hours long?
No, don't think that long, Judge.
See, that's how I judge everything. So I think we'll be fine.
Or Judge, one video that's 4 hours that just gets replayed twice.
Okay, all right, so we'll be good. So 2 to 3 days, Norma. All right, January 9th will be your jury trial. And is this the case where the co-defendants have pled?
2 of them have, Judge.
Okay. All right, we'll come back for January 9th for jury trial.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, you're welcome.
He's in custody too.
Zachary.
May I be excused?
Yes, you may. Have a good one. Zachary Sanchez. Yes, you need to be an impact for jury trial. If you go to the second floor and just look above the courtroom and you'll see where it says felony impact court.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Just one moment.
She doesn't like people approaching.
I'm trying to find something.
Fun fact, the judge doesn't buy her own purses. They're gifts from her mom, who I think that's all she does is buy purses.
Remember which page is Eric Lopez on it? All right, thank you. I just
Kenny,
flew right past it.
We're waiting. The jury selection is going on right now in the Hannah Payne case. That's not the one we're watching right now. We're waiting for the case to begin. As soon as it does, we'll jump to it.
I'm going to confer with the prosecutor in a little bit. He's got me behind a few other files, completely understandable. Maybe excused to go answer in another court.
Yes.
I'll be back in about 30 minutes, Judge.
Okay, awesome.
Thank you.
Stephen Rose.
Can I use the hall pass, Judge? That's what that was. Janice, 29 years.
Hello. Hi.
Congratulations tomorrow. That is amazing.
All right, so this is set for jury trial today. All righty.
We have conferred with the state and we are respectfully asking for a reset.
We're set for jury trial today.
And Judge, I did give a new offer recently, so.
All right, how old are you?
I'm 40.
All right, you're 40 years old. You need to think about that offer. Jury's coming up at 11.
All right.
All right, thank you.
They wanted to reset. They want a different date. And she's like, no, this is going to trial today. The jury's coming up here. And unless you take that offer, that's what's happening. Wow.
Please don't tell them
One key attached to a giant ruler is the hall pass. You guys remember like the hall passes in elementary school? I don't think junior high had them as much, but elementary school, and some teachers just had like incredibly huge, awkward hall passes. It's like, I'm not sure if I want to touch that, the hall pass. I know where it's been.
Joshua Patillo. Oh, Miss Compton. All right, where's Patillo?
Look at that. When she turns, when she twirls, her cape just like flares out. Yeah, she's not getting
All
much
right.
vacation.
So with regards to these cases, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Yes, Judge. So a couple of things I would like to ask the court about. So first of all, Mr. and I think he pronounces the same Patillo, but I'm not sure. So Mr. Patillo recently returned from the state hospital. He was found to be restored. However, he is not receiving the medications in the jail that he was receiving at the hospital, and he's starting to have some.
So are you receiving any medications at the jail?
Yes, ma'am. But it's not the same medication that the doctor gave me.
All right. Any objection to me calling to see about this?
I have no issue with that, Judge, and I would like, if I don't know how the courts do here and there, but sometimes the courts can order that he be given the medications that he was coming from the hospital with.
All right. Just give me one moment.
Sure.
Uh-oh.
Could you mute us, please?
Okay, so right now, and this is good because this is, I think this might be a HIPAA area where you're talking about specific medications individuals are getting. But she gets on the phone right here. She's calling the jail, and she's like, "Can you explain to me why this defendant is not receiving the medication that the doctor ordered?" and she is not afraid. She is not afraid to jump right in and do this. Let's see. I'm on the phone with different news outlets. They have reporters at courthouse for H. Payne. Are we, Ava? Are you hearing the jury's been seated yet? That's what we're waiting for. It's just the jury to be seated. Because as soon as it's seated, we'll probably have like an hour break or something, and then we'll start with the opening statements. We're muted from Judge Boyd's courtroom right now. Well, she's ripping the jail a new one. Yeah, Crazy Cat Queen, she has zero patience for when the jail doesn't do what the jail is supposed to do. Handcuffs are purple. Yes, I think that's done to indicate who owns them, who they belong to. So if it's like bailiff.
All right. So what we'll do is I am going to text the sheriff his case number and SID number, and put in a text message that it's about his medication so he'll remember it. And then if you know your medications that you have from the state hospital, if you will give that to your attorney now, and then you, me, and the state, we can type it up right now and I'll email it right now before this hearing is done.
Okay, that sounds good. The other thing is, I was, of course, waiting for him to be back before I requested a sanity evaluation. And, but if he's having issues, I definitely want to make sure that he's stabilized and okay to undergo that. But it's been so long ago that I will have to double check. Usually when I file the request, I file for both competency.
Yeah, and they always, yeah.
But I think probably the safest thing would be for me to file separately, or if I can just make an oral motion to the court this morning.
All right. So do you still want the sanity eval?
Yes, Your Honor, I do.
All right. Do you mind if I just email the court and let them know that there's going to be a sanity evaluation request?
I think that would expedite things greatly.
Okay.
Hey, Sandy.
Even though we say expedite, it's still going to take a while.
I understand.
I
so
can
let me
see,
put that in here.
I can see why this would be controversial. It's very easy for something to be shared publicly that shouldn't be shared publicly when you're running a stream like this. Bexar County particularly is one of the most open counties in the nation regarding cameras in the courtroom. Their laws compared to every other county are just, they're so friendly. Literally, I could show up in Bexar County today in court with the camera, set up a tripod in back, and film to my heart's content. and they're cool with that, which is just remarkable. Where most other counties would require me to register, would require me to file a form, would require me to agree to decorum rules and the judge's orders, and still, even above all that, have to have either the plaintiff and the defendant authorize or agree to the camera filming. Bexar County is wide open for cameras, and that's just the way the laws are written.
And
But
Judge,
it's
if I
interesting.
could also just request if I could email and you can give me whatever email you want me to send it to, but I would feel a lot more comfortable checking the paperwork I have with regard to the medications, rather than have someone just self-report the medications that they're taking, because I sure wouldn't want to get it wrong and have something ordered for
Everyone, please whisper.
I wouldn't want to have anybody ordering.
That's your
anything
warning,
that
guys.
He actually wasn't taking, or something had changed. So I definitely want to have his doctors from the state hospital involved in at least confirming whatever medications he was on.
Okay.
Before that's ordered for him, but I will follow up on that because that's very important for him.
All right, and I've just sent the email to Judge Carruthers Court and to the coordinator there, asking the sanity evaluation.
Right. And then I guess if there's an email or anybody that you want me to contact, and I can certainly loop you in, as well as the prosecutor, on any of the.
All right, if you could, once we finish here, if you could make sure you go down to Judge Carruthers Court to make sure that email doesn't get lost.
Yeah, ma'am, I certainly will.
All right, and then if you.
I agree. I'm a big fan of transparency.
Your email.
Sure.
And what I'll do is I'll send an email to to the sheriff now to let him know that you will be emailing him. Here we are. To let him know that you will be emailing him an update on your client and what medications your client is supposed to be taking. Norma, on Pitio, can you put him on the same date as her other client, the 9th? I know this is not going to trial on the 9th, but we'll just put it on the 9th, so you'll be here for that as well.
That sounds great, Judge. Thank you. And then would you like me to include the court on the correspondence to the sheriff's office?
If you wish to, you
It might
can.
get their attention more.
Sure.
If it was just coming from me.
All right, no problem. So is there anything else?
No, Your Honor, that's it for now.
Any discovery issues?
He has multiple cases. So my answer to that at this point is I'm not sure.
All right, so what we'll do is we'll bring it back on the 9th, and that will be your discovery date, plus to see about the medication issues.
Thank you, Judge.
And if there's something that happens while you're on break and you want to email me, because my email will be included in this, just include the state in your email if there's an issue with the medications.
Absolutely.
All right.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Is there anything else?
That's it.
All right, anything else you need?
Still waiting on word for the jury.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Just have a seat, sir.
I'm not sure. Is Ivan here? Ivan Victor? Not sure if he's here or not. Talked to him on the phone the other day, and he wanted to put on the record
Ms.
that he's got a goal.
I will tell you, Sheriff Salazar also told me there could be a possibility that they're giving him a generic or something else. So you may need to contact University Health Systems
to make sure that the drug's a generic of the other. Okay. Ivan made a little deal. He's got a challenge.
You know what? We'll subpoena them.
Well, I think
he's going to try to bench.
My plan one will be to contact
300 pounds.
And just make sure
300. He's done 275. He's going to try to bench 300 pounds.
Okay.
By Valentine's Day.
All right. Thank you.
And if he doesn't, he'll shave I Love Mark Tinsley into his head. So there it is. You guys are all witnesses. It's been notarized.
Yes.
Is he going to stream it? It will be on his channel if it happens. If he gets the haircut, I think it's going to look great.
Okay.
Yeah, it seems like some easy work. It seems also that the source of the information about the medication was coming from the inmate himself, which he may not have the best information or the best understanding about the medication. So Adam, he has to be able to bench 300 pounds at one time by Valentine's Day, which is just a 25-pound increase over what he's at right now.
Okay.
He's going to do it. If you do exclamation point Rebel, REBEL in chat, it'll have a link to Ivan's channel if you want to watch that. I'm sure he's going to post updates. Holly Mack, you haven't seen the latest pictures, have you? He made good. Mullet is gone. Mullet is no more. Okay, we are still waiting for the latest on this case. I'm not sure if we're going to get to it today. We'll keep an eye on this, but see if there's anybody else we want to jump to in the meantime. Not going to go to Young Thug because as crazy as that case is, it's just bizarre. Let's see. Anything happens, and that's the problem. Elijah McClain is just way too difficult to watch because of the way the court is handling that one. We did the previous Elijah McClain, and it was no bueno.
In the box. Samuel Vasquez?
Yeah, the live has not yet started. We're still waiting. The jury is still trying to be seated. They called 600 people to seat a jury. Usually when they call that many people, they anticipate difficulty in finding people who can be impartial. So they're doing 15 at a time. It takes about 2 hours per 15 to run through the questions. And so we haven't even got a count yet as how many they have approved. So we'll have to wait and see. Little B, thanks for the kind words. Welcome. Great to have you here. Melissa says, I watched 5 minutes of the Young Thug trial and cut it off.
Kathy, I'm also going to include Judge Carruthers in this since he does the mental health docket and maybe he knows someone.
Jojo Elliott says, how can I watch these court cases live in the UK? Are you not able to see these on YouTube? Because these are YouTube channels generally that we're joining. But if you're not able to see them directly, you might have to get what's called a VPN, a virtual private network, where you're basically tricking your internet provider to make it think that you exist in the US instead of in the UK. Zimmy, you're right. We shouted that out earlier. Dr. Joe Corcoran is on with Nick Whitney tonight at 6 p.m. There was one chase from last night where the guy drove backwards for a little while and then ran and then gave up, but it wasn't super interesting.
625.
This segment's sponsored by NordVPN. Also, a great provider of VPNs. I struggle with VPNs because typically they don't give you the same throughput that I need for my channel. Live streaming, downloading, and uploading. Typically, it does slow down or limit the bandwidth a little bit. Where would the updates be about the jury? Ashley, we're probably going to see it through Twitter comments posted by reporters who are at the courthouse. That's going to be your first indication on this case. So I would say Twitter is going to be your best bet to see where the update comes in on the Hannah Payne trial. Hashtag Hannah Payne would get you the latest.
Arturo Villanueva.
When are we going to break for lunch, Judge?
And counsel, you're on this side.
Oh, Sorry.
All right, who's the prosecutor on Arturo Villanueva?
Hank Wilkins for the state, Your Honor.
Hello.
On behalf of Mr. Villanueva, Your Honor.
All right, we're set for jury trial.
That's correct.
All right, see y'all back at 11.
Judge, I have a motion before we, I would like to amend the indictment.
Oh, amend the indictment. Look at
I
that.
showed this to, have you had an opportunity to look at this?
No.
Okay. So when we were conferring, I told you about it, but you didn't look at it. Okay.
Judge isn't happy.
So yeah, I'd like to amend the indictment. I've shown this to defense counsel and I served it on DAV file on December 1st.
That was
All right,
4
I
days
have
ago.
one that's e-filed from November 15th. Is there a different one?
There is a second, Judge. I did one, I did the state's amended motion to amend indictment, and I did state's second motion to amend indictment. So what I'm changing here is I've broken out in the statute, there's two different ways you can do an FSRA, and I've broken those out into paragraphs 1 and 2. And I also had the complaining witness's name spelled Christian CR with no H, so his name is spelled CHRISTIAN, and that was spelled incorrect with the previous indictment.
All right, so with regards to the spelling of the name, that's not fatal to the indictment. So what are you seeking to change?
In count 1 in the
And we'll go on the record, counsel. I'm just trying to figure out what is the request.
So I've indicted this indictment. I'm sorry, I've amended this indictment once before, and count 1 had all the 4 ways that you can fail to stop and render aid in one paragraph. The amended indictment only has failing to stop and failing to return, and those are broken out into paragraph A and paragraph.
So are you saying that the state's second motion to amend indictment, the only change is you're dividing it?
Yes, ma'am. So it's in paragraph A, it's the date, the same date, it's the same offense alleged. But I did change the complaining witness's name to correct that. And then I separated out the 2 ways that you can failure to stop and render aid. So that's paragraph 1 is failing to stop. And then, I'm sorry, count 1, paragraph A is failing to stop, and count 1, paragraph B is failing to return to the CPL.
So this guy sounds like he was involved in an accident. He didn't stop and didn't render aid.
Giving the defendant's name and address.
All right, are you going to have any objections to this amendment? It appears that it's the same. All he's doing is dividing it.
I haven't had a chance. I mean, this was on Friday, Your Honor. Here we are on a trial setting.
Well, no. I mean, here's the thing. It appears that what he has done is he's taking the indictment and he's just divided it, but it's the same thing. But if you want to confer over this, you can confer over this. If you have an objection to it, then we'll go to jury trial on the indictment as it appears. So if you all want to confer, but it appears from what he's telling me is he hasn't changed anything except the correct spelling of the name, which that's not a fatal error to the indictment that Christian is spelled with a CH as opposed to a CR. So if you all want to look over that, I think maybe he's trying to make, I'm making assumptions. Maybe he's trying to make it easier for the jury to follow. But what he has put in the amendment is the current indictment. It's just he broke it down. But you all can confer over that.
And I abandoned the other ways too. So.
Yeah, and he abandoned some ways. But you all can confer over that. And if there's an objection to changing it, then we'll go to trial with it the way it is.
You guys, Tony?
Fair enough, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
This judge is so fair. All right, still waiting for updates from the Hannah Payne trial. Keep an eye out for that. We'll let you know. We do expect there's still a strong possibility that we have the openings
You know
later
why you
today.
couldn't find the purple folder? Because here it is. I'll put it in the purple folder. On this one, don't follow their way. They're not ready. Who's here? Richard Rodriguez. All right. Are you all ready to proceed? And we're going to be on the record.
Jury's going to be here in just a few minutes, maybe. Well, I think an hour and 15
And
minutes.
this is no application? No application. All right, court is going to call 2023
Olive Brown guy.
CR 7127, State of Texas versus Richard Rodriguez Jr. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Jason Garahan, Your Honor. Denny Callahan.
Are you Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes, sir.
Counsel, have you received all the discovery and did you review it with your client?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Mr. Rodriguez, I'm going to show you what's entitled True Bill of Indictment. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
Yes, Your Honor.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
No, Your Honor, we're waiving count 1 and the second enhancement paragraph. We're proceeding on count 2 with repeater, which would be the first enhancement, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
R. Bauer, 25. Good morning. Thanks for the 2 months of support. Thank you very much. Hope you're having
Mr.
a fantastic
Rodriguez, I'm going to show
Tuesday.
you what's entitled Court Admonishments and Defendants Waivers and Affidavit of Admonitions. Did you review that with your attorney?
Yes,
Did you
Your Honor.
understand it? And did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand the state is proceeding on on count 2 with the offense of possession of a controlled substance, penalty group 1, 4 grams to 200 grams. Normally, that's a second-degree felony, and that range of punishment will be anywhere from 2 to 20 years and up to a $10,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
If the state is able to prove up the repeat offender enhancement allegation, then your range of punishment will be that of a first-degree felony, and the range will be anywhere from 5 to 99 years or life in prison. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
If you have a plea with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea. If for any reason I do not follow your plea and give you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state will call in the right to remain silent?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement, you were giving up those rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
I do, Your Honor.
Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
I do, Your Honor.
Mr. Rodriguez, has anyone coerced you, forced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
No, Your Honor.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial. Showing you the plea bargain page. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
According to the plea, the state is proceeding on count 2. You are to agree that you've previously been convicted of a felony for purposes of enhancement. Punishment is to be assessed at 10 years in the prison. There's a $2,500 fine. There's no application for community supervision. State, this UUMV, is that 2023?
Yes, Your Honor. If you, I can correct it on this.
Yes, if you'll just write it in.
Zero right there.
I like to think that the gentleman found that overcoat at a thrift shop. He was popping tags.
The state will take in consideration 2023 CR 7127, 2023
I am so sorry.
CR
I am so sorry.
72. Yes.
Let me put that back in.
Okay.
No problem.
No problem. Oh, yeah, the 7127. All right, so the record is clear. 2023 CR 7127 is not the case that's being taken in consideration. That's the case that you're pleading to. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. No problem. All right, so the state will be taking in consideration 2023 CR 7289, 2023 CR 7290, and 709582. Did you understand that to be the plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, is that the plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
State, is that the plea?
It is, Your Honor.
Showing you the waiver of appeal paragraph. Did you review that paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it in both places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, there have been such motions?
No, Your Honor.
Then to the offense as listed in count 2, how do you plead? True, or I'm sorry, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No contest.
And to the enhancement repeater paragraph, which states, and it is further presented in and to said court that before the commission of the offense alleged above, hereinafter style the primary offense on the 22nd day of May AD 2007 and cause number 2006 CR 5571 in Bexar County, Texas, the defendant was convicted of the felony of possession of a controlled substance, penalty group 1 gram to 4 grams. How do you plead? True or not true?
True.
I'm sorry?
True, Your Honor.
State any evidence to support the defendant's plea?
Yes, Your Honor. State exhibit number 1 with all of its attachments.
No objection.
All right, you may continue to confirm.
I only got $20 in my pocket.
Mr. Rodriguez, I'm going to show you what's entitled waiver and consent to stipulation
to all
of
the
testimony
music.
and stipulations. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call and the right to remain silent?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there will be no live testimony? Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments, and the court will review the same.
Interesting question. He probably would get some charges, but they would be lessened because of the circumstances of the accident. It wouldn't be equivalent to him being drunk. Roro, thank you for the 5 memberships. Let's see who won those. John Blake, Horsefeather, Stephanie, Sadie, and Ninorbit. Shelley, we cover her a lot. She's one of our favorite judges. We sent her flowers a couple weeks ago, and that was, I say we, chat sent her flowers. They sent me the money and said we'd like to buy her flowers, and I just facilitated it.
All right, after reviewing states exhibits 1 and attachments, the court will find there's sufficient evidence to find you guilty. The court will find you guilty, and the court will find the enhancement true based upon your plea of true and based upon states exhibits 1 and attachments. Are you proceeding with sentencing?
Yes, Your Honor.
Anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
I ask the court respectfully to follow the plea agreement.
All right, the court will follow your agreement, sentence you to 10 years in the prison, give you credit for any time served. There's a $2,500 fine. Time and money will run concurrent. Take in consideration 2023 CR 7289, 2023 CR 7290, and 709582. And of course, as I've already stated, I found the enhancement paragraph true. Is there anything else with regards to sentencing?
No, Your Honor.
Going to show you what's entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waive your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Because this is a felony conviction, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you'll need to speak to an attorney. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. If you would like, I can have you referred to the therapeutic community. I have no control over it. But if you have a drug or alcohol issue, they may be able to help you with that. Would you like that?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
No, Your Honor.
All right, that's fine. All right, we can go off the record. How old are you?
47.
47. All right. You're going to have to make some choices in your life. I know that 10 years is a long time, or even 1 year or 1 day is a long time.
Yes, ma'am.
But you need to sit and think about how you got to where you are and whether or not you want to continue to be where you are.
No, ma'am.
All right, good luck. All right, good luck to you.
Yeah, all right. Thank you.
All right, you're welcome.
Thank you, Judge.
He's seems very happy to be starting a 10-year sentence. He's like, no, it's all cool. I'm good with this. Hope it does enable him to turn around.
Adriana, I'm missing one of the files for Rodriguez. It's this one. So if y'all
Ivy, yes, he agreed to the deal. Basically, it could have probably been
Dylan
worse.
Parker.
Could have been much worse.
And oh, I'm sorry, just 1 second. The immigration issue. Brian Maldonado, because that one has an interpreter.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
She does take her role as a life coach somewhat serious. I see we're still making name suggestions for the color of that olive brown jacket. I know it's supposed to be olive green, but
Okay, on this case,
we've seen him
today is the
before.
plea deadline date.
Judge, could I be heard real quick?
Sure.
This is Hank Wilkin. Are we on the record?
No, we're not.
Okay. Judge, last year, we have, there's some videos in this case that are in Spanish that I've submitted to the interpreters to be translated. I got an email on November 28th, so last Tuesday, that they believe the translations of the videos in this case will be finished by the 15th of January. But then I will still need to file the notice, and then I have to give defense 45 days. So we are asking for a reset until 45 days after the 15th. So maybe.
Okay, so here's my question. And if I'm being unreasonable, let me know. But with regards to the translation of those documents, the translation is specifically for legal reason for if this goes to trial. So, but defense counsel speaks Spanish. His client speaks Spanish. Have you all had a chance to review the videos?
I have, Your Honor.
All right, so we'll focus on that when we get to the trial if they want a jury trial. Yes. So today's the plea deadline date. So does he want a jury trial?
That is my understanding, Your Honor.
All right. So now that we know he wants a jury trial, is that correct, Mr. Maldonado?
Yes.
All right. So your plea deadline date has expired. The court will not accept any plea bargain agreements in this case without good cause. Otherwise, you have to plea open to the court. Do you understand?
Yes.
All right. So Norma, they're saying that the transcription of the videos are not going to be available till January 15th. How long do y'all expect this trial to last?
1 day, Judge. 1.5 days.
All right. And I'm assuming you're not waiving your 45 days with regards to the transcripts.
No, I will not.
All right. So Ms. Ferguson, just to be on the safe side, can you set this 45 days out from January 15th? And they're telling me that this is a 1-day trial. Yes, from January 15th.
All right, so they're going to translate some videos for court, and it looks like he's moving ahead with a jury trial. There's no more options for him. This court has plea deadlines.
Can we put it down for 2 days?
Okay, sure. March 5th.
March 5th?
March 5th. All right.
Mr. Attorney, you're chewing gum in front
All
of
right,
the
once your
judge.
client signs the reset form, you are excused. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
All right, let's see if Judge Boyd has anything else happening here.
Sure, I believe there's another case too. Okay. All right, thank you.
She gets right up there to the camera.
You need me to fill out the one for today? Okay.
Oh, she
All right,
needs to
thank
sign
you.
her
You're welcome.
translation paperwork so she can get paid.
No, I don't have, the file I have left is Dylan Parker. Is the attorney here for Dylan Parker?
Yes, Your Honor.
If y'all approach, please.
Y'all, come on down. Ooh, look at this suit. Snazzy.
Morning, Judge.
Good morning. And counsel, you're on this side. Yeah. All right, who's the prosecutor on Dylan Parker? All right, so where are we on discovery?
We have discovery, Your Honor. State's made a reasonable offer, but Mr. Parker informed me he's a veteran and we'd like to be referred to Veterans Treatment Court.
Well, what I can tell you, Veterans Treatment Court, they are not doing any reviews or anything until the new year. So what I can do, Bianca, do you have Herman's number? Are you able to call him up? Yes. Could you call him? And then they'll at least be able to put you on the list. All right?
Thank you, Your Honor.
So, Ms. Ferguson, on this case, can we set it in the new year? And it's for Veterans Treatment Court.
I can do January 5th.
All right, we'll put it for January 5th. And counsel, if there's a different date that Herman suggests when he comes up, we'll change it. But if you all will please remain, she's going to call him and he'll come right up.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
We've got a couple cases that may
All right, awesome.
be closer to trial around then. Corey Richens, I think that's going to go sometime next year. Might be early. Still, I don't know. Corey Richens is one we're keeping an eye on. Sarah Boones should be long gone by then. I think she's only going to take about a week.
Do we have the interpreter on Guzman? Yes. All right, Fraulein Guzman Velasquez. All right. Who's the attorney?
Raphael.
Okay.
Mr. Attorney, you're needed.
Hi. All right, we're set for jury trial. And he's dressed for trial.
And Judge, it's the same situation with the other defendant. We have the translations. They said that the translations should be done by the end of this week. He was the co-defendant with Eric. I can't remember the last name. Gonzalez Lopez.
All right, whose translation is it?
It's the translation of the defendant's statement and the co-defendant's statement.
So can't we do jury selection and then you have the translation? This case has been going on for a while now.
I know, Judge, there was a lot of translations that were involved in this case. Again, we can't use the certified copy unless he has the proper
Hey,
notice.
Brandy, how are you doing?
All right. Mr. Leo?
I'd like to have those translations, George. Can we receive them?
Ferguson, what day did you put the other trial on?
January the 9th, George.
All right, January 9th, jury trial. And we're proceeding with or without the translations on January 9th. Okay.
If you don't,
And
if you don't
Mr.
follow
I'm
Brandy
sorry, just
Churchville,
one
you need
more.
to.
So, Mr.
Exclamation point
Guzman?
Brandy in chat. We'll get you a link.
Your plea deadline date has expired. The court will not accept any plea bargain agreement after today without good cause. Otherwise, you have to plea open to the court. Do you understand? Yes. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome.
And I don't mind.
Vice, thank you very much. That is correct. We're on the second judge on this one. I don't think it was. I didn't know the details were that egregious.
Who's here on Christian Torres Lugo?
We do have a new judge on the case, though, and it's moving forward. Jury selection is still ongoing. As far as we know, we're waiting for word that the 12 have been seated. As soon as that happens, we will begin with opening statements in the Hannah Payne trial. So we're just keeping an eye on the on Twitter is probably where it's going to show
All right,
up first.
there's no application.
No.
All right, court is calling 2023 CR 9277, State of Texas versus Christian Torres Lugo. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Jason Garahan, Your Honor.
Defense?
Attorney Bill Simmons for defense.
All right, are you Mr. Lugo?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, have you received all the discovery and did you review it with your client?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Mr. Lugo, I'm showing you what's entitled True Bill of Indictment. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
Yes, Your Honor.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
Yes, we are, Your Honor.
Mr. Lugo, I'm going to show you what's entitled Court Admonishments and Defendants Waivers and Affidavit of Admonitions. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand you're charged with the offense of robbery? Excuse me. So people are in the box. If you want to speak to your clients, we're on the record. You'll have to move them down to the other end. Otherwise, it interferes with the court reporter. All right, you're charged with the offense of robbery. Range of punishment is anywhere from 2 to 20 years in prison and up to a $10,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
If you have a plea with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea. If for any reason the court doesn't follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call and the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement, you were giving up those rights?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
In my opinion, he does, Your Honor.
Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
In my opinion, he is and was, Your Honor.
Mr. Lugo, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
No, ma'am.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that the defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial. Showing you the plea bargain page. Did you review that page with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
According to the plea, punishments be assessed at 2 years in the prison. There's a $2,500 fine. State will take in consideration JN 2141171.
January 29th.
There's to be restitution to Shane, SHANE, Gilbert, GILBERT, and cause number JN 2141171. Did you understand that to be the plea?
Yes, ma'am.
Defense, is that the plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
State, is that the plea?
It is, Your Honor.
Going to show you the waiver of appeal paragraph. Did you review that paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it in both places?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, are there any such motions?
No, Your Honor.
Then to the offenses charged, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No contest.
State any evidence?
Yes, Your Honor. State Exhibit number 1 with office attachments.
No objection.
All right, you may continue to confer.
Thank you, Judge.
Showing you what's entitled waivering consent to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call in the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there will be no live testimony? Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments and review the same.
And read them. Okay. So as she reads that, she's going to accept it. That's what she does. I doubt there's going to be something in there that she sees as a problem and has to reverse it there, and she'll provide the sentencing. We're going to jump now back over to Louisiana Parole Board and see what's going on. We're mid parole hearing, so we'll see where we're at.
With me being charged with putting the money on the cash apps, I appealed it. And that, I think that the 30 days was reinstated because the appeal is still pending in court. And my assumption is the appeal has been overturned and I just haven't gotten notice from the courts yet. That's my assumption from that 30 days being reinstated back to my good time date.
You just assume the
And
appeal.
I just want to
through?
speak a minute. Again, this kind of thing I'm just stating for the record. When I read your reports of your robberies, it was like your gain was like $53, $27. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And one of the things, I think was the one with the $27, you dropped 10 of it on the way out the store. So who were you then? Who were you?
I was a very, very lost individual who was, I could say, addicted to a criminal lifestyle.
No, you were sober? Are you telling me you were sober? You were clean and sober, no drugs involved?
No, ma'am. I was high, I was drunk, full of drugs, alcohol, and everything at the time.
You were, sorry, I'm not clear. You were full of drugs and alcohol, or you were not?
I were.
Okay.
And
I were.
I were.
And I think on one of these incidents, you went to one store and you just went around the corner to another store at the same time. Just
yes, ma'am.
It was a two.
Yeah, the mindset, I can just go in people's store and just take what I want.
That's the mind. That was the destructive mindset that I was in at the time. And like I spoke on earlier, I understand that those decisions that I was making then were living a criminal lifestyle. Mainly that's all I knew at the time. I'm reflecting on how I affected those people's lives. I mean, those people who had a gun brandished in their face by me, I could never comprehend
robbery with a firearm for
$27 that they have caused on these people, with not knowing if they're gonna live throughout that ordeal. I was a lost individual. I was a lost man with no sense of direction at all whatsoever. And I was just randomly just doing any and everything, living a criminal lifestyle. And that criminal lifestyle has been imparted on me since a juvenile, since I was 11 years old.
Let me stop you right there. I'm gonna stop you right there. And the record reflects just what you said. And even on supervision, when you had opportunity to talk to a parole officer, try to get some things worked out, you did. You was on probation June of 92, you got arrested August of 92. And again, 9/11, 92, 9/15, 92. Then you got revoked in 93, released in 96. Technical violation, released April of 96, technical violation December of 96, released again in 98, June of 98. New arrest 9/14 of 98, that's got us right back here. And you was revoked 9/24 of 98. So just, like you said, what you said, and the record reflects that's exactly who you were, a person that's living a criminal lifestyle. So, and I want to speak to when you said about the victim, one of your victims did have to get counseling.
I think Brandy's going to do this Karen Reed trial. She's been following that pretty good.
The way they saw
Brandy,
the
you
world
still here?
because of your crime.
That's
and I just want to state that for the record. You also have law enforcement opposition to your release. And you do have some law enforcement that's unopposed to your early release. And I just want to state that for the record. probation parole could not reach your family. So I urge you to kind of update your master screen and put some family members on there with some current numbers. So you got some support that's here now, but they're not in your records. I just wanted, it's a sidebar. I just want you to be aware of that. And you need to update your records in DOC with the name and phone number, current phone number of family contact. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
But there is no family contact.
But all these people are here now, whoever, it's just somebody to contact, because you got support. Just put somebody on the record. So if something happened in DOC, there's somebody we can call who we got a correct number on that you can reach out to. Family or friend, just a contact. That's all I'm saying. Because you got your support as evidence here. Let's talk about your education. What you've been doing in this last how long you said you've been in this last 25 years? Tell us what you've been doing. What kind of trades you have? What's your education like now? Because it's very impressive from what I read.
I'm where I got my GED when I was 16 in LTI. I've been welding. I've been in the welding trade for right at 20 years. I have taught welding. I'm in line to teach welding here in the vocational school. And basically that's primarily where I have been putting all my skill into welding. And I done perfected the skill. I found something that not only do I enjoy doing, but I'm good at it. Right now I'm here with my welding boots on right now. I get up at 3:30 every morning. I pray, I work out, say my prayers, and I'll be ready for work. I'm on time. When I'm having a job, I'm there every day. And I take pride in what I do. Primarily for my education. That's basically where I have been focusing on.
You didn't say that. You completed it in 2015 at a technical college, right? You got a degree in it from a technical college in 2015. I just wanted that. Was it Louisiana Technical College? I just want to state that for the record. That's impressive. DOC
I went on to
does
cover
an
this. Brandy
assessment
is covering
on
Garrett
individuals.
Purshauer's sentence.
And in your
Purshauer's
assessment, you had
sentence.
high for your employment. So you've taken care of that. You had high for substance abuse. Do you think you need any substance abuse treatment?
No, ma'am. I haven't used a drug in over 25 years. I thank God for keeping me on that path. Like I say, my addiction was mainly a criminal lifestyle, even in prison. At the time when I made this decision with the lady who lost her job in criminal activity with criminal charges in prison. So I'm really blessed in that area. I am.
Okay, good. That's good to hear. And you do have a low titer. I'm just gonna state that for the record. So if you're successful today, tell me, where would you live and how would you support yourself?
I would live at 650 North Ardenwood Drive, apartment 713. Who is looking to marry as soon as I possibly can. She's out there in support of.
Let's see the more, huh?
Okay, well, yes, that's her maiden name, because she was going through a divorce.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. My brother-in-law, Greg Laverne, been having business established for over 30 years. I'm supposed to be a painter for him upon my release right now with a salary, so I could sustain myself with that until Daniel Swan, who's in support of me on Zoom right there, helped get me in the union and get me into the welding field where I could really upgrade my pay scale and just hopefully live my life welding, because that's what I really enjoy doing.
He's a supporter.
And that's what I'm
Union welder.
to do at best.
Right, sounds good. It sounds good. I think I've covered everything that I had in my notes that I wanted to cover. You had quite a few girlfriends in this history. Got quite a few names of girlfriends in your history.
See
We
that
need to
smile?
get
He's
that
like,
kind of
yeah.
settled, get that, make some decisions on that as well. And I was impressed that you were, we got two letters you got two letters of support, in the record. And one of the letters of support is from Mrs. Chavez that said that y'all been doing Bible study for the last 12 years.
Yes, ma'am.
Speak to that.
He's 73 years old. He works out every day. He's a Jehovah's Witness. We speak and we pray as much as possible. He's been a spiritual supporter of me for many years. He's phenomenal. He's in good health. He's in a sound mind. He was married for 46 years. His wife died about 6 years ago. We have two beautiful sons that's in, their professions are outstanding. He has a cousin, a niece that's like a daughter to him. She's a U.S. diplomat in Africa. He's a beautiful person, and he's really been supporting me spiritually, financially, mentally. He's really a blessing. He's a blessing.
Good to hear. Now, and I want to be clear, your last write-up was that contraband, March 2nd of 22, right? That's your last write-up?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, that's all I had. Thank you for answering my questions. Warden, what can you tell us about this young man?
Good morning, Ms. Wise. He's doing pretty good. Currently, right now, he's working in our maintenance department. He's doing a lot of welding projects due to our expansion here at Allen Correction Center. He's been doing a lot of assigned tasks to do some fabricating for some televisions down the walk and some water fountains. Been doing a very, very good job in that particular area.
All right. Thank you, Wallace.
Mr. Freeman? Okay, when did you say your last write-up was?
Last year.
My last write-up was August the 31st of 22.
Okay.
It was
Why did you let me say that?
What was the property? What you did?
I was transferred to a cell on lockdown. They had a birthmark on the wall, and when the officer observed the birthmark, he wrote me and my cellie up saying that we put the birthmark there from smoking. Obviously, I don't smoke, haven't smoked, never in my life, but that was the, and I had to pay $100 for that birthmark on the wall.
Okay, thank you.
Have you ever heard anyone say, yeah, I screwed
now
up?
We hear from your
It's always like
supporters,
somebody
Mr. Daniel
else.
Swan.
My cellie did this, or the
Hello, how
people
you doing?
before us did this.
Doing very well, sir. Thank you.
I appreciate you guys for letting me speak. I've been knowing Troy for a long time. Unfortunately, I met Troy when I was also in Louisiana State Prison back in the early 2000s. And first, I want to just thank you guys for allowing him to come up, because I know it's real hard for you guys to determine, who you want to give a chance to just by people saying, some people might say good things, some people might say bad things, and then you look at a couple pieces of paper and you might have to come up with a decision. And I understand how hard that is, that could be with you guys. But I'm here to let you know that I've been with Troy when he was in his worst times, when he lost some of his family members, when we was going to welding school, because I also attended welding school with him. And fortunately, I was able to come home, and I'm now in the local 198 out of Baton Rouge welding. And I've always kept in touch with Troy, and I've always told Troy, if you just continue to get yourself better and stop calling me with, man, this happened, and get yourself together, there's an opportunity that you could come on this side, and I could definitely get you into the union, and you would never look back. And I've spoken to my business agent at the union, and they also are on board with getting Troy in if he is given the opportunity to come home and weld, because he's been welding for so long, and I know he can weld because he was there with me. And And to cut it short, I understand that in Troy's past that, you know, he intends to slip at times. I understand that because I get on Troy also. But I know within the last 18 months, man, Troy has really changed. And when he calls me, it's like sometimes I'm like, Troy, is this really you? Because he's really a different person. And I'm not saying that just because I love Troy like a brother. I'm saying that because this is really who he is. He's 52 years old, been incarcerated the bulk of his life. And there is just so much more on this side of life that I know he will be an asset to society. And I just beg you guys just to give him a chance, just to show you that he is, I mean, he will be one of your best assets if you do grant him parole. I would go to the point where I would write a progress letter for you guys every day for a year straight, just to show that he will be in well hands.
It's good to have a good friend.
You guys don't know me from Adam and Eve, but I am a true person that can show that when you're incarcerated and you come home and do the right thing, that there is no looking back. I have his back 100%. I will do whatever needs to be done from you guys, whatever you want me to do to help him. But I'm just begging you guys that you guys just give him a chance, because 25 years is a long time. I understand there is no set date on that because there is victims. I do understand that. I do apologize for him for the harm he might have caused for the individual going to counseling. And if there's anything I could do to even help them, I don't have a problem with that. But I do know, in short, that Troy will be one of the best parolees that you guys granted, just because in the future, you guys will be like, you know what, we did make a good move by giving him the opportunity. I mean, that's all I could ask for. And I know he is dying for you guys to say yes. But I'm just telling you, from a person that really knows him, the last thing I have to say is, about 18 months ago, we had a talk about that. And I just asked him, because he had got his last write-up that you guys were speaking on. And I told him, well, do you just want me to send you $50 a month and then we go stop worrying about you even trying to come home? I said, because it doesn't make sense on what you're doing. You're older. And from that conversation, Troy has really changed. And it's unreal, because I was there with him and I know how Troy is. So with that said, I just pray that you guys just give him a chance. I beg that you guys just give him an opportunity to show you. And I promise you, if Troy even so much gets a traffic ticket, I will bring him back to the front door and say, take him back in there. This is how for sure I know that he will be, he will succeed in society. And I have his back, and my union, Local 198, has his back 100% on that. And I thank you guys for allowing me to speak.
Shout out to 198.
Once again, I just beg you guys just to please just give him an opportunity just to get back to society. And I thank you guys again.
Thank you, Mr. Swan.
What's cool is
Now
this
we
is
hear
somebody
from
who's
Mr.
been through the
Gregory
system
Laverne.
himself. He knows what it takes to get out.
Step up to that podium, sir. Just introduce yourself and tell us what you'd like us to know.
Good morning. I am Dr. Laverne from Mr. Grimes. When I met Troy, he was already in LTI, and I had visited him with his mother. I took his mother to sleep. And when I met Troy, I really didn't like him at first. I'm gonna be totally honest with you. I told him, please do. I really didn't like Troy. You know, I just didn't like him.
They're so real.
And then when he finally came home, we grew a relationship. But it wasn't the type of relationship that you would have with friends. It was really just drugs. We was all doing drugs. It was the time to where drugs was in. And we ran crazy. We did. We had no nothing. We had no repercussions, nothing. We just ran. And Troy was so young, you know, he was like getting out of prison and coming right back into another prison, but not a physical. It was more mental. Because the things that we was doing we were going to die, we were going to prison. Well, I ended up going to jail and getting help through his mother. His mother gave me hope when it was nothing. I got out and I promised her I would change. And I did. I was 32 years old. I started a business. I've been running that business every since. So I know what Troy can do. I feel bad for Troy because I know he never had a chance. He never even, I'm talking about now, he didn't have zero chance, but I know I didn't. And the only reason that I feel that I'm here today is because of what God has shown me through the suffering. Not through me getting better and changing my life. It was through suffering that I went through. Because through suffering, you're able to understand people better than see yourself. Because people see you as the way they do, God sees you differently. So I was giving all my power to the people, expecting them to feel a certain kind of way about me changing. Nobody gonna feel nothing about the change. Nobody gonna do nothing about the change. They're gonna stay the same. You guys gonna stay the same. Everybody, everybody's gonna stay the same. He comes to Troy and set him free. He's free already. The court can't hold you. Can't nobody hold you. God. Okay, when God gets you ready, guess what?
See the hand signal from the commissioner.
I'm not here just because he's my brother-in-law and I won't see him come off. I'm here because I'm telling you the truth about it. He deserves a second chance. And I'm not begging for it. I thank God for it because he already gave it. It's waiting on y'all, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we'll hear from Miss Ordana Winbush.
How y'all doing?
Good.
My name is Ayden Winbush. I am coming as a friend of Troy's, but I am a friend who was invoked by some decisions that Troy made. I also have a brother that's incarcerated. I am a community activist in the community as well. I learned so much from Troy. He's helped me in my career path with building programs inside of the organization. I have a mentoring piece called Emerging Diamonds, which are for my young ladies, and Diamonds in the Rough, which are for my young men. And he's given me a way to design my syllabus for when they come in, just reinforcements for them, things that I wouldn't think of because I'm not someone who's incarcerated. I'm not someone who had the traumatic childhood that he did that some of our kids are experiencing now. I am proud of the person that he is. I congratulate him, and I'm thankful for this opportunity to speak on his behalf because deep in my heart, I feel that he will be an asset to society. Step Up Louisiana is an organization, we're a social justice reform organization. My piece is education justice. And you know the way that the prison and the education system is designed for a pipeline to prison. If at the age of 8, if you cannot read on level, there are building prisons everywhere all over the United States based on your reading level. So many kids aren't given a chance. It's already in design that if you can't read by the age of 8, which is 3rd grade, you're going to go to prison. So with that in mind, the education justice piece, it's just informing our families of how to empower our kids and also make them better citizens. But again, I thank you for the opportunity, and I pray that you would have grace and mercy.
Thank you very much. Mr. Grimes, is there anything you'd like to say before the board votes?
Yes. Transitioning from a very lost and destructive man that I have been all my life, and to someone who has recognized all the harm, not all, but most of the harm that I have done, and how my actions have stretched far and beyond not only people's lives, but the community, insurance rates, the way the police patrol the streets. I know all this comes from my actions and my criminal activity. Realizing that, I have come into a point in my life where I no longer want to be a part of these destructive maneuvers. I no longer want to be a part of the downgrade of the community. I no longer want to be a part of everything that's just going wrong. Right now, I try my best to build, because it doesn't take no thinking to destroy. And that's what I have been trying to do for the past couple of years, even within my bad decisions, I have always tried to better myself and build something positive among myself and among the people who I've been involved with. If given this opportunity, I just wanted hopefully to live the rest of my life as a free man. If given the opportunity, I know I can go and live my life. I can work every day of the week. I'm very healthy. I can come make a change, not only in the community with Dane and her program, but also I'm willing to work with the parole board. I'm willing to work with DOC. I'm willing to work with the district attorney. I'm willing to work with the people who deserve help with everything that's going on in the world, because we're killing out there senselessly. I have committed crimes senselessly all my life, and that's not the person who I want to be anymore. That's not the person who I'm striving to be anymore. I'm striving to do better. And if given that opportunity, I won't let you down. You will not go back regretting releasing me. Please, I beg you, give me that opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Grimes. We appreciate your comments. Panel ready to vote?
I recommend executive session to discuss confidential matters related to this case.
What?
Second. There's been a motion and a second. Please call the roll. Yes. Yes.
Yes.
We're going to be at a short recess. The time is 10:42.
We're going to stick with this one because I want to see that what happens
session
here.
to discuss matters of a confidential nature. We will resume as soon as that executive session is concluded. So we'll be at a short recess.
This gentleman has a great friend structure who are helping him out. The first gentleman that spoke that was on Zoom, having been in before, they met in prison, and now he is out and he's successful. He has a perfect understanding of what it's like to transition from being in the system to being outside, and what it takes and what it would take for this friend of his to make that transition, and for him being able to say, "Hey, we've got him. We'll be here for you, and if he messes up, I'll drag him back down to prison myself." You know, it's awesome that he says, "I'll write a report every single day, a progress report for you if you want." It's awesome that he's willing to go to bat for him and give him that opportunity. I think they're going to vote yes. It depends what's in this executive session. It's probably going to be pretty short, probably just a couple minutes. So we'll stick here and see what happens. This is the second executive session that they've had on this morning that I've watched. I will say that his crimes, although there were major crimes, the benefits he received from them, if you can see that as a benefit, was rather small. I mean, armed robbery for $27 and dropping a $10 bill on the way out of the store, that is crazy. That is crazy. You could stand on a street corner and get $17 in donations in an hour and not have committed any felonies doing so. The board was listening and laughing along with his friend. I predict it will be granted. If they're still in the same mood that they were yesterday, I think this one's going to go through as well. It was powerful. It's awesome to see. I love this transition. I love the other side of the law where people get that second chance. where they've gone to prison, they've served their time, they've learned their lesson, and how it's impossible for a judge to know how many years it will take for somebody to learn their lesson, to pay their price to society. Some people learn it quicker and some learn it slower. And sometimes when they learn it quicker, this parole system is in place to say, hey, you've accomplished the purpose that we sent you to prison for, and now we can let you out. I need a content warning shirt. Content warning: person in shirt is very anxious and autistic. Outburst may ensue. How long has he served for? He's about 50, and he's been in for about half his life. But I don't think it was all in the same stint. I think it was multiple situations. Emer42, thank you very much. Wonderful to have you here. This feels like a movie. It's the plot of somebody's life is what it is. Was he up for parole before? I don't know, Sherry. We haven't looked at the details on that one. I will tell you right now, we're waiting for a court case to move forward with Hannah Payne. She is 24 years old. She's charged with sort of taking a citizen's arrest to the next step and shooting someone after a traffic accident that they fled from. There's Chad. There's Hannah. Let's see, where we got Hannah Payne. Superior Court. Judge J. Scott. Judge J. Scott was who was doing the Hannah Payne's thing. So they're trying to seat a jury right now. Debbie says, I love watching parole board hearings. It is really satisfying to know these men and women, in some cases, have really turned a corner. Oh, looks like we might be back. Daniel Swan has left his phone just staring up at the ceiling. Was not expecting that one to get posted. You never know. You put it in chat, I just might put it up on the screen. Nan says, Debbie at the Creative Bee, I ordered a gift for my daughter from her kids for Mother's Day, and they love it. Had the boys sign the back. That is awesome. Debbie creates very amazing little gifts like this. This is a plaque that she made for me when we hit 50,000 subscribers. I still have to get it on the wall behind me, like the one she sent me here that she sent me when we hit 5,000 subscribers. So I need to get that image on the wall. If you ever want to check out her store on Etsy, it's right there. It's right there. She probably has something for somebody special in your life as well. And I think you could probably still order now and get it in time for Christmas. So that's cool. I think that supportive friend, the union will help. I also hope that continuing education is somehow recommended. Judy, yeah, the last friend that talked for him, that spoke about literacy and the correlation it has with incarceration rates. Sadly, there is a lot of correlation there. There's a lot of truth to that, where we have very low literacy rates. We have very high incarceration rates later on. So literacy helps. Reading opens doors. I mean, when you're a kid, when they had all those signs that, open a book, it opens doors in life and everything. It does. And it oftentimes when kids are not able to attain that level of literacy through public education, for whatever the reason, whether it's a home life situation, whether it's a poor schooling situation, whether it's developmental, it causes problems, and it tends to correlate with incarceration. Let's see. So if we want to fix the criminal problem, the flooding of the prisons, we need to just teach people to read. Trying to hang in there, but I might need a nap, says Melissa. We'll be back after lunch for Hannah if the jury's seated. Yes, if the jury's seated, we're going to be back for sure. I'm not going to start another trial today. I realize there's some other stuff going on. But unless we have a short, one of our little court hopping type trials, like possibly Sarah.
Committee on Parole is called back to order. The time is 10:49.
Buckle up.
We're back from executive session. Panel ready to vote?
Yes, I'm ready to vote.
Ms. Wise?
Mr. Grimes, you You're a difficult case. For me, you're a difficult case, trying to process. I'm a retired probation parole officer. And when I look at your history, look at what you're still doing in jail, I don't see it. For me, my vote is to deny because of your poor supervision history. I need to see a longer time right up free. It's just me now. I like to see a longer time right up free. Believe it or not, we got guys at Angola has gone 20 years, 25 years without a write-up. Long as you've been doing time, you know how to avoid write-ups, and you have not built that with the staff. That's concerning for me as a retired probation parole officer. That's what, and I do commend the support that you have, and I urge you to reapply as soon as you're eligible for a rehearing. All that loss of good time, 384 days of good time, and the law enforcement opposition. For those reasons, my vote is to deny. But again, I urge you to stay the course and reapply as soon as you're eligible for a rehearing.
Thank you.
That's my vote, Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Wise. Mr. Freeman.
Okay, Mr. Grimes, I look at your case, and you do have a long criminal history, but this is the first time you did hard time. I bet you other times what you did, maybe 1 or 2 years, and we get out, get revoked, get out, get revoked. So that means you didn't get it the last time. But the thing is, to me, you served 25 years on a robbery that netted you, what, $25, $22, something like that? Which is not lessening the offense. I mean, like you say, sticking a gun in somebody's face, that's not good. Which, by the way, that victim was not opposed. They left it up to the parole, which, you're a fourth felony offender, and I'm retired probation parole too, by the way. So, I don't know what's gonna make me do this, but I'm gonna give you a shot. I'm gonna vote to grant.
Okay, it's 1 and 1.
But I'm gonna put a curfew on you from 9 to 6 with electronic monitoring for the first 6 months. If you violate that curfew, I'll have no problem at all putting you back in jail. You have to be out before for work or after for work, church services or medical appointments. Give it to your probation officer. Don't try to tell them after you've done it. That's too late.
Daniel Swan's already headed down to the prison to pick him up. He knows where this is going.
Also, I want you to get evaluated for treatment. I know you hadn't used drugs in 25 years, but once a drug addict, and when you get back on the streets, it can get right back to you. So I would like to see you get evaluated for treatment and follow any recommendations that they have.
Thank you. Mr. Grimes, your case is a very difficult case. I'll be honest with you. I agree with everything both of my colleagues have said. You gave a good interview. You've been in jail for 25 years, you're 52 years old. I'm going to tell you what swung it for me, and that is Mr. Swan.
He's getting it.
You've got someone who is a mentor, who's going to help you when you get out, someone who's been with you the whole time, someone who is working with you, and I hope you take advantage of it. You've got a lot of bad marks on you. Your disciplinary record, certainly, I've denied people for better disciplinary records than what you've got. But I think I see something with all of the time that you've served, with the support that you've got. So my vote likewise would be to grant with the following conditions: curfew from 9 to 6, electronic monitoring, substance abuse evaluation, and follow whatever treatment is recommended. I'm also going to require that you go to at least 3 AA meetings per week, at least for the first 6 months until you get acclimated. And I'm also going to require that you report weekly to your parole supervisor for the first 90 days to make sure that everything is all going well. He has 2 votes. I think that's sufficient to grant his parole, so your parole has been granted. So good luck.
Look at Daniel Swan just cheering there in the background.
Thank y'all.
You want to take care of what you gotta do now.
Excuse me.
I'm gonna get a hold to you sometime later on. There'll be more assignment. I'm gonna talk to you there, all right? I'll talk to you sometime before I leave.
You're stuck out, so don't leave. Don't leave.
We're on that side of that draw.
Okay, so they're just giving him some paperwork and stuff like that. That was awesome. 3 AA meetings a week. That's longer than 5 hours of community service. That's cool. That is awesome to see him get a second chance, especially with that support group who's working the tail ends off for him. And to hear Mr. Swan here that's why. The thing that swung it in favor of a release was this friend who was willing to go to bat for him and say, I'll take him under my wing and give him an opportunity and make sure he stays on the straight and narrow. That's awesome. That's really cool. Let's see. My brother's recovery has 4 meetings a day, 2 AA and 2 NA. It's a choice at least. Yeah. The meetings are great. If you haven't been to one, oh my goodness, they're incredible. 3 times a week for like 90 days. I thought it was like 6 months or 3 months. Okay, so that would be 90 days. Just did the math in my head. I'm a little slow, but I got there. How's going to make those curfew with all those meetings? It's going to be tough. This is one thing that's frustrating sometimes to me. When they put all these restrictions on, they put on the curfew, which basically says daylight hours only. You're only allowed out when the sun's up. Okay, that helps. A lot of times at night, crazy stuff happens. That's a lot of crime happens at night. So that helps. That keeps you out of a lot of the scene where a lot of the bar scenes and things. Usually that's where the action is at night. So it keeps you out of that. But if you have someone who's trying to work a job and report to a parole officer once, twice a week, go to 3 AA meetings a week and everything, that's a full schedule. And, if you're still doing any sort of religious study or anything as well, working with a parole officer to make sure everything's working right, it's very easy to unintentionally violate your parole and get sent back. Awesome. Listen to learn. Tell Brandy, hope her trial goes great. Hope her trial goes great. Sinbad says, AA saved my dad. He went every day for 15 years before he died. I was so proud of him. Thanks, Bill W. Sinbad, that's awesome. That is awesome. Selena K says, I go to AA on Zoom every day. Every day. It's really cool. I think what Judge Boyd would tell them is communication is key, especially when it comes to parole officer. Be their best friend. Be their most frequent caller. Keep them in the loop all the time with everything that's happening, and you're probably going to end up with a better outcome than if you are trying to explain something after the fact. But he's been in the system and out of the system and in the system again enough to probably understand how that process works. He's keeping honestly busy. He's keeping out of trouble. Yeah, and Judy, the welding career, yeah, that we laugh a little bit because everyone says they want to go into welding. Welding is a great career. It is a good job and it pays well. And if you get a union welding job, that's wonderful. That's amazing. That's basically like, guaranteed work, guaranteed pay. Courtney Meek comes in with the message of the day. I bought some spicy bourbon pickles and they are delicious. They are. I finished my last jar yesterday. I'll have to go re-up. Okay. We're going to check the interwebs really quickly and see if we have any news at all. Let's see. I'm not seeing anything on the Hannah Payne jury yet. Yeah, I'm seeing nothing new yet. Still have not seated a jury, to my understanding. So maybe this afternoon we're going to have have opening statements. My ex was a welder. His biggest customer is Kroger grocery store fixing their grocery carts. Man, if he's got the welding skills to be able to fix the grocery cart so that the wheels don't wobble, that's a job. That's a job. I would pay good money. I'd pay good money. I'd pay an extra $5 when I go shopping. I'd pay an extra $5 to have a cart with the wheels that just all works normally. Vocational jobs are in high demand. Plumbers, HVAC, mechanics, electricians, welders are good, high-paying jobs. Lat Cali Girl, over here on the East Coast, I've seen that more so than everywhere. I grew up out west, but here on the East Coast, it is difficult to even get people to, service people to come out and give you a bid. There's so much work to do, mostly because we have so many hurricanes where everything gets destroyed. They can pick and choose the jobs they want. And if you've got, a home that tends to be problematic, like mine, an old home that's over 100 years old, a lot of people will look it up online and say, not even going to give a bid on that one, and just won't show up. And it's trying to get service people to come work, and the ones that do charge a lot. Cart with wheels that work, that's an anomaly. Yes, but the days it happens, it's a good day, Glow. Did you get the link that I sent you the other day for the nasty green apple gummy pickles? They look disgusting. I saw, Rebecca, were you the one that sent me the link about Walmart carrying a new brand of pickle? Is that the one you're talking about? But green apple gummy pickles is a no-go for me. What is HVAC? Heating, ventilation, air conditioning? Heat vent air conditioning, something like that. It's cooling and heating houses through air transfer. Husband is heating, air conditioning, and ventilation. It's a good career. I know that because I've paid some of these people a lot of money. I have 2 AC. Well, now I have 3 AC units on my property. One for my upstairs, one for my downstairs, and now one for the Airbnb. And so yeah, I need a good HVAC guy that keeps those running. She did not make the sweet pickle pie. Not interested in doing that. She had no interest in doing that. Here we go.
Committee on Parole is called back to order. The time is 11:02. Our next case is going to be Mr. Kentrell Jabbar Howard Jr. Mr. Howard, would you please introduce yourself and give us your DOC number?
My name is Kentrell Jabbar Howard, 448329.
Thank you very much, Mr. Howard. Let me explain our process to you. First, I'm going to read some information into the record, and then we're going to conduct a parole interview with you. At the appropriate time, we will let those persons who wish to have input speak. You have a number of people here at headquarters today in support of you. You have Kentrell Lyons, Sharon Howard DeVille, Brenda Howard, Kai Franklin. They are all here to support you, but they will not be speaking. Kentrika Francis, Esprit Franklin, and Ophelia Howard are also here to support you, and they will be speaking. After we have the hearing, you'll have an opportunity to say whatever you'd like to say to the board, and then we'll vote. Do you understand our process, sir?
Yes, sir.
This is the matter of Kentrell J. Howard Jr., DOC number 448329. His date of birth is December the 19th of 1983. He's classified as a third felony offender. He has a parole eligibility date of July the 24th of 2023, an adjusted good time date of November the 11th of 2045, full term date of January the 24th of 2046. He is currently serving a 30-year sentence on the charge of possession with intent to distribute cocaine after having been adjudicated a habitual offender. Mr. Howard, is that information accurate?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Howard, your case has been assigned to Ms. Pearl Wise. She will begin our interview process. Would you please answer any questions she might have?
Yes, sir.
Good morning.
How you doing?
How are you?
I'm doing okay.
Huh?
I said I'm doing okay.
Good to know, good to know. Tell out for the record how long you served on this charge.
I served 8 years.
You have served 8 years of a 30-year sentence. And how old are you today?
I'm 39.
39 years of age. In one place, they show you as a third offender. In another place, they show you as a fifth offender. How many felonies have you been convicted of?
3 felonies.
3 felonies? Okay, all right. So, okay. So of your 39 years of living, how long would you say you served in jail?
I say I served probably around about 15 to 17 years.
15 to 17 years. Is this the longest time you've been in jail at one time?
Yes, ma'am.
First time with that, huh? I see that you had a hospital stay October of 21. Are you okay medically?
Yes, ma'am.
Everything's worked out? You're healthy?
Yes, ma'am.
Good, good. Okay. Who is Noel Dawkins to you? Noel.
It was someone that I was giving a ride to.
Okay, he's just a friend, or not so much, or even a friend, just somebody who's giving a ride to.
In my neighborhood.
Say what now? He was somebody living in your neighborhood?
In my neighborhood, yes, ma'am.
Okay. So tell me about why you were in jail. What was going on with this incident when you tearing up the inside of an apartment? What was going on?
Oh, I had warrants. I had warrants, and the officers, they was looking for me, and I fell out the attic. I just was trying to hide.
Okay.
You fell through the ceiling right in front of the
Okay,
officers.
the report said somebody, you pushed the air conditioner out the window. You were out. The officers was outside trying to get you to come out and all of that.
Yes, ma'am. I came out. I came out afterwards.
After I fell
So
through the
you
ceiling.
saying that's the only damage you did? You didn't push the air conditioner out the window? You didn't do that?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay. I thought there was the way the police report states that the apartment was pretty tore up. And your statement is that's not the case. That what you're telling me, it wasn't that tore up.
No, it was someone else's house. It had a hole in the ceiling, and I pushed the air conditioner out the window.
Okay. Okay. All right. And then you ran and with the taser probes in you, and they caught you a few days later, huh?
No, ma'am. I went to jail from that incident, from that house incident.
Okay.
With a hole in the wall. I went to jail from that incident.
Oh, okay. You didn't run and they shoot you with a taser, and you didn't. That was another incident.
I never got shot with a taser.
Okay. All righty.
The report says we shot you with a taser.
And you're a very young man. I just want to put some things on the record. You were sentenced in 03, January of 03. You got revoked in June of 04. And you were released in 05. In February of 05. You got revoked in June of 07. You got released in 12 of 2012. Then you full term out on that sentence in 2014. And then, of course, we're here today on this offense was in 13. Got arrested in 16, and then you got sentenced in 17. So you're here today. Are you a drug dealer?
I sold drugs and I used drugs.
Okay. So which one? When I look at your history, the DEA was involved with you in 09. So when did your drug use start?
I never was involved with the DEA in 09.
Okay.
Does she have the wrong file?
Start using drugs? What age were you?
I was around 14, 15, smoking marijuana.
Who introduced that to you? Do you remember?
Just me and friends, age.
Somebody your age or older?
We're all the same age.
Okay. Y'all just decided together. 14-year-olds started.
Just try something. Just trying things.
Okay. And how much education do you have?
I have a 9th grade education.
So, you dropped out around 14?
Yeah, around that.
Around that, okay. I do show it in the records that you got 51.5 hours of working towards your GED. How's it coming?
Well, I'm doing my best. Going through school, I had a learning disability, and I'm trying my best to do that. I didn't want to participate too much in school when I was younger. So, because of that, I was embarrassed of it. So I try to do other things.
It's understandable. It's quite understandable. I think with the record show that right now, that's what you do every day now. You go to high set, right?
Yes, ma'am. I go to high set every day.
Yeah. Is it getting better?
Not really. Not really, ma'am.
Right. And let the professional, they'll tell you when they deem that you can't get your high set. As long as they still letting you come to class, they see something in you that you might not see right now. So just trust the process. Continue to go with the open mind and just listen and, sit on the front row and really get engaged. You never know. It looks like you've had Thinking for a Change, April the 19th of 23. What did you learn in that? In Thinking for a Change?
I learned to think before I make decisions. And it's been helping me a lot. Thinking for a Change and NNA was like the best class that I took because I learned from those classes. And I've been incarcerated 8 years. I never used, I never tried to sell drugs throughout the whole 8 years. And I've been in different facilities during these 8 years. Well, I was surrounded around drugs and violence and I never participated. So
you're proud of yourself and you should be. Because when I look at your record, I think you've had 11 drug arrests in your short life. So that is impressive.
Man, like a lot of I'm looking at I know I see you looking at the same thing that I seen, and a lot of them charges I was like, where they come from? Because I never been convicted of those charges.
I said arrest. I said arrest. Yeah, 11 arrests.
And I've been arrested a couple of times in some strange situations. Like the things that I pled guilty to, that's what I did.
Jeez.
I think I'm picking up what you're putting down.
I smell what you're stepping in.
Those are the things I did, the things that I pled guilty to.
But nevertheless, now you recognize that those incidents and situations make up your record.
Yes,
I think she has the wrong case.
It makes up your record, nevertheless. Let's talk about your write-ups. How you been doing since you've been in jail? How many write-ups have you had? And when was your last one?
I had my last write-up in 22.
You only have 2 write-ups, your last write-up.
I have 2 write-ups in 8 years.
Yeah, you had June the 2nd, June the 3rd of 22, something about, what was that? What was that one on June 3rd of 22?
It was a fight. I had a fight. That was the deal?
Yeah.
That was a cigarette. That was a cigarette.
I wonder what, okay. And then the 9/4/22, that was the fight.
That was the fight.
Yeah, that was the fight, yeah. And that is impressive that you only had 2 write-ups, but they were just in the whole time that you've been in. It shows great restraint. Do you think you need substance abuse treatment?
I'm always willing to take treatment because I've been using drugs. Although I've been incarcerated 8 years and I haven't used, and I had many opportunities to use and I didn't. But I'm always willing to take treatment because if
the right
no
answer.
parole board grant me parole to date, I'm gonna still go to NNA on the street because I like NNA. That would help me through the times I'm in right now. It helped me.
Yeah. I do want to state for the record that you do have law enforcement opposition. There's nothing you can do about it. They are opposed to your early release. They're just a part of the process, a part of the information that we receive. If you're successful today, where would you live and how would you support yourself?
I have 2 jobs who willing to hire me, JD Sweeper, Mr. Brandon Morgan. I submitted it to y'all, and I have Roland Williams, Mr. Roland Williams Construction. I submitted that to y'all also with my parole package.
Yes, I saw that. I just wanted to put on the record and say, who would you live with?
I would be living with my cousin, is like my auntie Ophelia Howard. She would be speaking. It's 206 Antoine Street.
Good, good. I want to go back to how many years would you say you were a drug dealer?
Like I started using and selling drugs. I was using before I started selling drugs. And to be honest with you, I was defeating the purpose because a lot of times I sold drugs to get more drugs to use. So it didn't really make no sense.
But how many years you think you did all that action that didn't make no sense? How many years were you in that?
Probably about a good 20 years.
20 years of doing something that didn't make no sense.
It made no sense.
In your words, not your words. 20 years. What do you think about your drug dealing and how they impact your community? Have you given any thought to that?
Yes, ma'am, because it's even though I was using drugs, I sold drugs to people, you know, I hurted other people's family. And, you know, just as well as I hurted myself, because at the end of the day, I caused a lot of harm to myself and others in society. And I just, you know, I want to apologize. You know, that was my old bad behavior and I regret it. It caused me a lot.
The records show you the father of 5 children. What are the ages of your children?
I have my oldest daughter is 22. My second daughter, she's 19. I have a 16-year-old son and a 15-year-old son. And I have my 8-year-old. I left him when he was 3 months.
How many mothers is that?
3 baby mothers. And I always have been a good daddy to my children. So
Say what now?
I say I always have been a good daddy to my kids. And it's like the mama have to do it by themselves right now because I've been gone.
When you said you were a good daddy to your children, what did you do that was good for your children?
I've always been in my kids' life through their whole life. I've been in their life. If I wasn't in jail, I was in their life.
When you say in their life, what are you talking about?
Supportive wise, I was always there around them. I always did things to help them with
What kind of things you did to help them?
I buy my kids. I take care of my kids.
Now I'm just trying to hear what I don't want to misinterpret. You said you were a good father, so just tell me exactly what you were doing in your kids' life. Because we just talked about for 20 years you were selling drugs and then you were using drugs. It didn't make no sense because I was using what I sold and blah blah blah. So now you're telling me you were a good dad. I just want to know detail. Tell me what you did. If I had to write down 3 things you did that shows that you were a good father when you were out, what are those 3 things?
I buy things to support them. I spend time with my kids, and you know, I'm always there with them. If I'm not out in the street using. When I wasn't in the streets, I was with my kids and my family.
This is a tough answer for the board. It's not sitting well with them.
That's what I wanted to hear. All righty. Warren,
But you
thank you
needed
for
to
answering
hear
my questions.
what we wanted
I'm
to
just
hear.
going to sit back and listen and make a decision at some point. Warren, what you want us to know about this young man?
Yes, ma'am, Ms. Wise. Trell and I had a pretty good interview on yesterday. The most thing I was most impressive with was his disciplinary record. 2 write-ups, 8 years. I mean, that's pretty good. Take into consideration everything that's going on now in DOC. He's in school. He did explain how much trouble he's having with trying to actually get his GED. I encourage him, just like you actually did in regards to trying to sit in the front and just actually try to apply himself every day with school and eventually actually work out. If the opportunity presents itself, you know, I think the best thing for him to actually, you know, try to seek long-term treatment, substance abuse treatment, even though his disciplinary record don't reflect it here, but between here and society is two different things. And if you get that opportunity to make parole board today, you know, you need every bit of tool you can to stay out there in society.
Are there any opportunities for a trade at your facility? You can learn a trade?
Yes, ma'am. We have a lot of backlogs right now, but we're actually getting a little bit better. We're actually trying to get our welding program actually going, which is a very, very good trade. We just have a backlog for it, but we should be actually getting forward to it here shortly.
Excuse me, parole board, like with trades, I have like 30 years sentence, and a lot of things that I tried, they said I had too much time.
Okay, good. But what did you try for?
Like a lot of classes and everything, like, cause
all you can do is what you can do. I just need to hear what the classes that you tried to get into.
It had it on the board with the trades, like you had to be like 10 years short.
Because she's asking when you apply. Yeah, so yeah, which ones were you trying to get into?
I would have liked to get into welding, but I seen on the board you have to be 10 years short or something.
Yeah.
And
okay. Well, thank you for making us aware of that. Appreciate it. That's all I had, Jim.
Thank you.
I think it's distribution of cocaine. This is charged.
First off, I'd like to point out to you that this was the arrest that stemmed from what happened at the Walgreens, where they stopped you and a friend got out, a black bag fell out with drugs in it. When they were trying to cuff you, you grabbed the drugs, took off running. They tased you. When they were trying to cuff you again, you took off, and they never found you until they found you at that house. So that was the warrant that you were arrested on, was the warrant from with the cocaine. Understand?
Yes, sir.
And the other thing I want to ask is, I see you had a charge for attempted murder. I think it was 2011. What is that about?
I had no idea. During that time when I had a preliminary, the person came there and I don't even know who they are.
Okay, now this was another charge before these.
Yeah, it was someone that I didn't even know. They didn't know me and I didn't know them.
He just attempted murder charges.
Yes, sir.
All right, I have no further.
Thank you. Now we'll hear from your supporters. Let's hear from your.
See it's moving. Were you on any medications for mental health? I see where they rated you high.
Yes, you did.
Excuse me, sir?
Do you take any mental health treatment? Warden, does he go to any mental health?
It's an indication of depression.
No, sir, I don't take any.
No, it's not on in here.
Okay. Just his risk needs had him high for mental health.
No, sir, he's not listed here.
All right, thank you.
Let's hear from your supporters, your sister, Miss Contrica Francis. Yes, ma'am.
That's correct.
If you'll introduce yourself and tell us what you'd like us to know.
Hi, I'm Contrica Francis. I mean, other than the streets, the man. Miss him so much. There was, I mean, the dad I never had. Like, growing up. Like, he took care of me, he helped my mom with everything. He didn't miss nothing. Like, despite what he did, you know, his heart is big. He didn't miss nothing. That's the dad I never had. Never. Like, that's the dad I know. I mean, he's a good person. If he's granted, I'm willing to help him with everything, whether it's transportation to work, parole fees, whatever he have to do, I'm gonna stand by him.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your comments. Let's now hear from your daughter, Miss Spree Franklin.
My name is Spree Franklin.
It's okay, just take your time. We have some tissue.
Yes, it's not even happening.
Look, here's.
It's for the front row.
It's been in my life. I did like doing that school. He made sure he gave to all my honor roll breakfast. I was 15 years old and he left me. Now I have kids of my own. And I just miss me. I want my kids. I want my kids to see him. I'm just willing to help him with whatever.
Thank you very much, Ms. Franklin. Appreciate your comments, certainly your feelings. Now we'll hear from Ophelia Howard.
He needs a strong support, someone to speak to him, speak for him quite strongly.
Stay with me. We have somewhere to stay. I live at 206 Antoine Street, Louisiana. And we do listen. We listen a lot. He is a good person. And I'm willing to do anything for him.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Mr. Howard, is there anything that you'd like to say before the board votes?
Yes, sir. I just pray that y'all grant me parole because I have made changes in my life and I want to go home and do better. And I would like to go to AANA. If I'm granted parole, I'm still going to go to NAA. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Strauss?
I'll tell you what, Mr. Howard, when I was reading your case last night, I'll tell you, you did good for me. I'm just only one vote. You did a great interview. You came across sincere. You could articulate who you were then versus who you are now. And I see a transition. I see what you showed today. You got good support here. You came prepared for this hearing. I want to commend you for that. And that's how you get through life. You do what you can do. I'm feeling inclined to take a chance on you. My vote is to grant after you complete, and the warden had good comments, a long-term substance abuse treatment program. I want you to stay on the front row there, learn what you need to learn, continue in the high set. If they have it at that facility, continue in high set. After you complete that, I would like for you to follow their recommendations. They're gonna have recommendations after you complete treatment. I'd like to see you do some community service. I know you got 5 kids, but 1 year after release, I want you to start doing some community service because you were a drug dealer. They saw what you did in the community. They need to see a different you. in the community. And that's the purpose of your community service, 5 hours a month, 1 year after release. You have positive family support, you have positive warden comments, and you have an excellent disciplinary, 2 write-ups in 9 years. It's an excellent disciplinary. That is my vote, but I'm only one vote.
Thank you, Ms. Wise. Mr. Freeman?
Okay, first off, Mr. Howard, you ought to thank the family because they want you and they need you.
Yes, sir.
But I want to send them a finished product. And I think you're well on your way. I think there's no doubt that you will be considered in the near future, but you've only served less than 25% of your time, and you just don't have enough classes. Get that class done, reapply, and my vote will probably be different. But they vote today is to deny.
All right, thank you, Mr. Freeman. Mr. Howard, I've listened to what you had to say. You've got some great family support. Listened to what the warden has to say, and I agree with the warden that you need some long-term substance abuse treatment. My vote is very similar to Ms. Wise. My vote would be to grant conditionally upon your enrolling in a long-term substance abuse program and completing that program and working on your HISET as well. With the conditions of following all of the recommendations, 3 AA meetings per week, 5 hours of community service work, 1 year.
Continue on the GED.
And continue to work on GED.
As a condition of
there. You do have 2 out of 3 votes. Is 2 out of 3 sufficient in his case? He doesn't have his HISET. He doesn't have his GED.
Yeah. Because the Tiger is low, but the least is medium.
They're checking the score.
He has not been deemed, cannot get GED yet, but he's had 51.5 hours of GED classes. Deemed. Yeah.
He might need 3 votes to get out based on his status.
Yeah, and then he made a determination.
So it's.
So he would be eligible.
He does not.
So it's not eligible.
So he's not getting out.
Mr. Howard, you have 2 votes to grant conditionally and 1 vote to deny. Unfortunately, you needed our vote to be unanimous this time, and it was not. So your parole has been denied. But I think we're all encouraging you to continue to do what you're doing. You're on the right track. See if you can get in. I would recommend that we try to send you to a long-term facility as we suggested. I know that's what Mr. Freeman would like to see as well. And I think maybe once you complete that program, perhaps you could reapply and maybe the vote would be different. So good luck to you.
Somebody, was it Hippie that asked about sending somebody a book? The process for sending a book to an inmate is going to vary depending on the facility, but generally it cannot come from you directly. It would have to be something where it was shipped directly from the supplier, a bookstore, and then it would be sent to the correctional facility to the attention of that individual if they allow it. If they allow it, just cut the audio. The gentleman needed 3 votes because he did not have his GED done. If he had his GED accomplished, it changes the vote count, the weight, and 2 out of 3 could have got him out. Tough one, very tough one. What is GED? General education certificate. It's a equivalent to a high school diploma. Typically, it's achieved after your normal period where you would achieve a high school diploma. So it's a process. It's like going back and getting your high school diploma, but you can't go back to high school if you're, they only allow you there during the age limit that you would normally be attending. It's a good enough diploma. That's what it is. Yep. Okay, still nothing out of the court. General education development test. He only served 8 years. But his crime's different. His crime was for robbery and drug use, I think. It was a little troublesome that he doesn't recall some of the events that seem to be in his record. Obviously, he's got some arrests that he takes issue with, that he says, yeah, I was arrested for that, but I only, what I did was what I pled guilty to. I didn't plead guilty to the stuff I was arrested for that I didn't do. A GED is a test out. I know some people have gotten their GED ahead of time when they would have gotten their diploma. So you're telling me you can't be 40 and still in high school? That's my understanding. They did not grant parole. 2 out of 3. In his case, he needed 3 out of 3 votes to grant parole. So he's going to have to go back. He was given the encouragement to continue on his education, to get his GED, to take some more classes, and then reapply. Which, if he does those things and reapplies, I don't know how many years that will be. But when he reapplies, he probably will be granted parole if he accomplishes those. Does the woman at the top right have a Doctor Who themed username? It does say Doctor Who. All right. I got my GED before I would have graduated so that I could have moved on to college early, kind of, sort of, in a way. Nice. I think you're the exception. You're the outlier in that. Most people get their GED after, when they should have gotten their diploma. You can't attend school with minors. Yeah, no kids allowed. Daycare is for the teachers, not for the students. Rudy, he did mention that he had a learning disability that made learning difficult, and he's struggling in that. You can't get your high set in IA until 6 months after 18. No more dropout and test early. They need bigger student desks. Night school for adults are common. It is. I took some night school classes, and there were some older people there for sure. Ooh, look what's happening here. Where are we at?
Committee on Parole is called back to order. The time is 11:37. Our next case is Mr. Darwin Gauthier. Mr. Gauthier, would you please give us your full name and DOC number?
Darwin Gauthier, the first 340177.
Mr. Gauthier, let me explain our process to you. I'm going to read some information into the record, and then we're going to conduct a parole interview with you. And at the appropriate time, we will allow those persons who wish to have input to speak. On Zoom, on your behalf is Dr. Deborah Manuel, who is your ex-spouse, Gina Gauthier, who is your sister. They both will be speaking, and Desiree Gauthier is on Zoom observing for support, but not speaking. We also have in opposition Mr. Frederick Harridan and Ms. Torre Harridan, who will be speaking in opposition.
So top
after
right
we
and
have
bottom
our
left
hearing and after
are
we have our
opposition.
discussion, you'll have an opportunity to say whatever you'd like to say to the board, and then we will vote. Do you understand our process, sir?
Yes, sir.
This is the matter of Darwin Gauthier, DOC number 340177, date of birth February the 20th of 1973. He is classified as a second felony offender. His parole eligibility date was December the 9th of 2022. He has an adjusted good time date of November the 9th of 2032, a full term date of December the 8th of 2037. He is currently serving a 35-year sentence on the charges of second-degree kidnapping and aggravated second-degree battery, having been sentenced on May the 17th of 2004. Mr. Gauthier, is that information accurate?
Yes, sir, to the best of my knowledge.
I'm sorry?
Yes, sir, to the best of my knowledge, that's accurate.
Okay. Mr. Gauthier, your case has been assigned to me, so I will begin our process of interviewing you. How old are you, Mr. Gauthier?
50 years old, sir.
50 years old. How long have you been in prison on these charges?
21, right at 21 years.
Tell me a little bit about your educational background. How far did you go in school before you came to prison?
I finished high school. I don't have any education outside of high school, but I did graduate from Parkview Christian Academy.
Are drugs or alcohol involved in your life? Did you ever use drugs or alcohol?
Yes, sir, I have, and they were involved in my life at the time. You are correct.
Let's talk about drugs first off. How old were you when you first started using drugs?
Oh, I don't know. I was a teenager, I guess. I had to be around probably 15 or so.
All right, and what kind of drugs did you start using?
Marijuana.
Did you ever progress from marijuana to anything else?
Yes, sir, I did.
What did you progress to?
I wound up years later using cocaine.
And roughly when did you start using cocaine?
Oh, I don't know. I had to be around 22 or so.
How often were you using cocaine at the age of 15? I mean, marijuana at the age of 15?
Probably monthly. I mean, I don't really know because we would, experiment with it. You know how that would go. So it wasn't a regular thing at first. That didn't care. It didn't start till later on.
When did it become a regular thing?
Oh, probably when I started dealing with depression.
Okay, and about how old were you then?
About 19 or 20.
All right. And how often were you using marijuana then when it became an issue?
When the depression became an issue, regularly, pretty much every day.
Okay. And when did you move from marijuana to cocaine or use both at the same time? When did the cocaine come into play?
I believe the cocaine came into play when I started using it. This was years later. You know what? I remember when I started using it, at first it wasn't a everyday thing either. It was like maybe every once in a while. The cocaine never really became a real regular thing.
How often were you using cocaine?
How often?
Mm-hmm.
Probably every 2 weeks or every other week, something like that. It just progressed into something different after a while, but at first it wasn't like that, no.
Well, did it at some point progress to where you understand and realize you were a drug addict?
That happened after my marriage, yeah. That was years later. Yes, sir.
What was years later? Recognition that you were a drug addict, or?
The recognition I was a drug addict was after I came to prison and started taking these classes and looking back at my life and the actions I was doing. I was like, wow, you really were a drug addict, OJ. So that's when I really recognized it.
Well, let's talk from today back. Now that you look back, were you a drug addict back when you were 19, 22 years old, starting to use cocaine on a regular basis?
Yes, sir. When I started using on a regular basis, I became a drug addict then. Yes, sir.
Tell me, how old were you when you've been in prison now 21 years? So what were you, 30? How old were you, 29?
29, 30.
Tell me what was going on in your life at 29 years old.
Well, what was going on, I had just went through a divorce and I had just got remarried. I was under a lot of stress and unfortunately, I didn't deal with it well. I was using drugs and alcohol to try to manage that and it turned out real bad.
How often were you using drugs and alcohol?
Back then, every day. Every day.
He's surprised about all these questions. What?
So tell me about the domestic abuse battery charge. Tell me about the second degree. You were convicted of two charges, two separate charges. You were convicted of second degree kidnapping and aggravated second degree battery. Tell me what happened, what you did, how you did it and why you did it.
Okay, well, me and my wife got in an argument. My wife at the time, we got in an argument, and I was under the influence, and I let the argument proceed and build me up into a rage, and I lost my temper and committed the battery on her. And so that's
Tell
how
me, committed battery is a legal term. Tell me factually what you did. Tell me precisely what you did to her.
Well, precisely what I did to her was, in the rage, I beat her up. I took the iron from her. I burned her with the iron, and that's why I committed the battery.
And what about the kidnapping?
Well, the kidnapping, I was charged with that from taking her from one place to another.
Well, I understand that, but I'm married. I bring my wife to the store all the time. That's taking her from one place to the other. What did you do that required under the law? It was simple kidnapping. So tell me, this is your time to come clean with us, to tell us that you understand what it is you did. We know what you did. I've read the police reports. I know all of those things. I'm trying to figure out how honest you're going to be with us.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So tell me what the second-degree kidnapping was about. It wasn't just a ride from one place to another. What did you do to her, and what did you threaten to do to her?
Oh, the kidnapping came into play from taking her from one house to the other, and the battery that was committed on her is how I got charged with the kidnapping.
So
he doesn't get
they're not two separate incidences, you're telling me? They didn't occur on two separate days? One occurred in July and one of them occurred in October of the next year, of the same year?
No, sir, I got charged with those. I got charged with that from the same incident, sir. That was both the same incident.
All right. You didn't have a gun. You drove her down a road and threatened to kill her. You don't remember any of that? That's not true?
No, sir. Those charges there, I was charged with something else from that, sir. The charges that we're talking about now is not that, sir.
The charges you're in prison right now are second-degree kidnapping and aggravated second-degree battery.
Yes, sir.
Separate charges.
Yes, sir, from the same day. Both of those charges came from the same incident, same
It's not my understanding. My understanding from the police reports is that one occurred on July the 17th of 2022, and the other occurred on October the 21st of 2002. Two separate instances.
Okay, all right. Well, I know what you're talking about. Okay.
Okay, well, tell me about that.
Okay, the ones on the charges I was charged with from having the gun and she jumping out the car, I didn't go to trial for that. They used those charges to bump up my charges. However, they were still on the police report. But the charges I went to court for.
Well, tell me about what happened in July. Whether you were charged with it or not, tell me what happened.
Okay, in July, she was saying that, I committed a battery on her and I had a gun. Those charges did not happen. The charges that happened is the charges that, I did in October. I did that, and I'm taking responsibility for that. Yes, sir, I am.
I think the commissioner's heard all he needs to hear.
Tell me about all of the crime. You have priors, you have lots of drugs and violence charges, 4 separate felony convictions, lots of misdemeanor convictions, and a lot of charges involving guns and violence and drugs that were dismissed. So tell me why all the violence, why all of the crime, why all of that? Is that all drug related, alcohol related?
Well, yes, sir. It was drug. It was most of it was drug related. But I grew up in a type of environment in my neighborhood, was pretty much that's what we did. And so as a youngster, I grew up into that and I was prone to that. But as I got older, I tried to get away from it and I was doing good. I had managed to get away from it. It wasn't until I came back to Louisiana until I started getting back in trouble.
What kind of programs have you taken while you've been in prison that have helped you, that you think might be helpful for us to know and to know what effect it's had on you?
Okay, the first program I took when I came to prison was understanding what was going on with me. I realized that I had an anger problem. I realized that I needed help. And so I took anger management several different times, try to get an understanding of, the tools that they use to help you deal with your anger problem. And I seen that it did help. And so I started, not only did I take the class and use it in my life, I became a peer trainer in the class to try to teach people, that the gaps that's in the class that people like I have, that's in prison with me, I try to help them to fill in those gaps. So I became a peer trainer in anger management. I also take a character count to learn about, the integrity, the things about my character, the ways I need to handle myself as a man. I took mind, body, and soul to teach us how to be more balanced, how to deal with things, deal with stress. I did a lot of psychotherapy. I did like 8 years of psychotherapy, with a mental health specialist to try to understand what was going on with me.
What did you learn from that? What did those 8 years of psychotherapy help you with? What did you learn about yourself?
I've learned that I was a person that suffered with depression and anxiety. I did struggle. I do struggle, not did, 'cause I still do. I do struggle with mental health issues from time to time, depending on what's going on in my life, the stresses in my life. I've also learned how to the appropriate way of dealing with it.
Do you take any sort of medication?
Not at this moment, but I am back and forth on mental health medication. I've learned that, sometimes my condition is better and I can get off the medicine. But like right now, I'm trying to get back on it because I see that I'm struggling in certain areas. And so when I see these things, I go to seek the mental help I need before these actions do wind up being something I don't want.
What sort of programs have you taken to help you deal with your drug and alcohol addiction?
I have taken recovery dynamics. I was actively involved in NA and AA. Anytime anything comes up that helps us address these issues, I file for it, get into them. I've taken a program called, what's the name? Matter of fact, let me look. Hold on a second. It's called Crimeaholics. That's the name of the program, Crimeaholics. And it deals with recidivism and, things of being accountable for your actions, realizing what you did and didn't do, and how to do better.
What is your plan to stay sober if you were released?
My plan to stay sober? I stay away from drugs. I find better things to do. I didn't really have a drug problem. My main problem was I had a mental health problem. Mental health problem turned into a drug problem because I didn't know. I'm dealing with the mental health issues the best way I know how.
Mr. Goche, let me stop you just for a second. Okay, just tell you a little bit about my background. I was a drug court judge for 14 years. Most everybody who's a drug addict has mental health issues. So it's not a one thing. It's a co-occurring thing. Your mental health issues aren't going to necessarily solve your drug addiction.
Mm-hmm.
Two things you have to deal with, both your mental health issues as well as your drug addiction. So I'm going to ask you again, how do you intend on dealing with remaining sober from drugs and alcohol?
Well, I intend to stay away from them, sir. I just plan on not using them.
Have you ever had any long-term substance abuse treatment, either inside or outside? You've had some classes, you've had some educational classes, and I understand that. Have you ever had any actual long-term substance abuse treatment?
No, sir, I haven't.
You think that that's something that would be helpful for you?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, without a doubt.
Let's talk a little bit about your disciplinary record. You've had 25 write-ups since you've been there, but since 2022, you've had a contraband write-up and you've had a fighting write-up. Tell me about those.
Okay, the contraband write-up was, I was smoking, sir. That was the contraband write-up. And the fighting write-up was a situation that happened in the middle of the night. It was I mean, something that just happened, sir. Two guys trying to go to the restroom and there was a misunderstanding.
I think there's a story there.
Through the courses that you've taken, I get the impression that you're kind of, on the one hand, you blame alcohol and drugs for your problems, and then mental health problems. I haven't heard you say anything what your crime has done to the victim in this case. If you had anything in prison that helps you deal with understanding what you've done to the victim in this case and what effect that might have on her?
Okay. Yes, sir, I have. I've done a long, extensive search on myself. I've thought about what I've done to her, her family, the pain I've caused, and also taking this victim impact course, it helped me to go back and really think about the victims and what I've done to the people that I have harmed. So yes, sir, I have taken classes, and I've also thought about that extensively since I've been incarcerated.
Well, tell me what it is.
They're close to seating the jury in our trial for today, so we should be opening statements this afternoon.
What you did to the victim in this case has had on her. What are your thoughts? I mean,
my thoughts is I'm very sorry for my crime, for what I committed. I think about the harm I've caused her, the effect it had on her, the mental anguish, the what she's going through, her family, the kids, my family, the kids. A lot of lives been affected by my actions, and I have thought about that, and it helped me to realize that I have to be more responsible for my actions and things I do, because the things we do, harm people. They hurt or harm people, either way.
Gordon, what can you tell us about Mr. Gauthier?
Yes, sir, Mr. Marabella. Gauthier and I had a pretty long conversation or interview just on yesterday. We did discuss in regards to his disciplinary record. My main concern with Gauthier would actually be to receive some long-term substance abuse treatment for obvious reasons. He's been incarcerated for a long period of time, and there's a different situation now compared to what was going on when he actually was out there in society before his incarceration. He's currently actually working as a dormitory. The dormitory where we currently live is more like what we consider to be like a trustee dormitory. He's been a dormitory for a little while, and he's doing a good job down there. So I mean, that would be my best recommendation in regards to concern for Gauthier is get some long-term substance abuse treatment.
Thank you, Warden. I appreciate your comments. Any questions?
I have one question. Sir, you were just speaking about your victims. I'm curious, you had a 1990 battery and a 1991 battery. Who were the victims in those incidents? Was it a female? First of all, was it a female?
Ma'am, it probably was. It probably was, man. I don't remember. You said 90 and 91?
It's 11/21 of 90 and 3/18 of 91.
Yes, ma'am. I mean, I don't remember exactly who and what.
But you surmised that it probably was a female.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's what I was curious about. That's all I had, Chairman. You was in Calcasieu Parish on all of them.
You said I resided in Calcasieu at the time. Yes, ma'am.
But they don't help you remember anything, because you had said you were out of state or something. Well, maybe you would come thinking about that.
No, ma'am, I don't remember, but I really don't.
Because that was actually, the 1990 was your first battery. It's interesting you don't remember that one. That was your first arrest for battery.
My first arrest for battery? Simple battery? It was a simple battery charge?
Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, that probably was a female.
Okay. All right, thank you. That's all I had, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Now we'll hear from your supporters. We'll hear from Deborah Manuel. Ms. Manuel.
Hi, I had sent a letter on support on behalf of Darwin, and when I registered this morning, I was advised to just read the letter because the board had not had an opportunity to see it. They received it this morning.
Okay.
Okay, so my name is Dr. Deborah Manuel, and I'm writing to express my sincere support for the parole consideration of Darwin Gaucher, who is currently incarcerated at Allen Correctional Center. I understand that the board has the challenging responsibility of determining whether an individual is ready to reintegrate into society, and I genuinely believe that Darwin has made significant strides, positive life changes, and rehabilitation. I have personally known Darwin since we were in high school, 1988, at which time we became sweethearts and later married in 1992. I am Darwin's first wife, and of our union, we have two beautiful children, Desiree, who is now 31, Darwin Jr., who is now 27, and they both have children of their own. After Darwin and I divorced in around early 2000, we remained connected as co-parents as well as friends. During Darwin's incarceration, the kids and I made the monthly I-10 East trek for Saturday and Sunday special visits from Houston, Texas to Kinder, Louisiana. I admit the first couple of years were challenging for the children to adjust to their father's incarceration, crying on the way back home, handling critical crisis over the telephone, and for me, silently resenting him for leaving me to be mother and father. But throughout his incarceration, we were able to adjust and accept the circumstances for what they were. And we prayed that one day there would be a possibility to reunite, especially for the children. Over the years, every opportunity I had to express to Darwin the challenges of an absent parent and how the kids were expressing it through their academics, socially, and most importantly, behaviorally, I did. For me, I joined a prison ministry group through my church, volunteering 4 years at the Carol S. Vance Maximum Security Prison in Richmond, Texas, through the Sycamore Tree program. Being able to share my children's experience with others in his situation helped me tremendously with overcoming my resentment towards Darwin. The Sycamore Tree program, it's a course that runs in the prison 8 weeks and divided into 8 sessions with 2 hours each session. During the course, the group of prisoners are challenged to consider, together with unrelated victims of crime, the impact their crimes have had on their victims in society. I realized that no matter how hard I wanted Darwin to feel our pain of his absence, he had to acknowledge and take responsibility for himself, as he later did. My assessment of his journey is not only of a personal nature, but as a professional. I am a human resource and leadership executive, and I have witnessed Darwin's transformation. I have witnessed his deep remorse for his past actions, not only through our visits and conversations, but also through the opportunity that he has to complete educational programs that was offered to him. Like as he mentioned, anger management, living in balance, mind, body, and soul, nurturing father, drug education, and his list goes on. I believe he has demonstrated a genuine commitment to personal growth and self-development. And these programs have not only enhanced his knowledge and skills, but also has fostered a sense of responsibility and a desire to give back to the community, I believe. Darwin has showed exceptional dedication to personal development by actively engaging in counseling, and as he mentioned, leading a group as a facilitator. Through these interventions, he's gained valuable insights into the root cause of his past behaviors and has worked diligently to address and overcome them. It is evident that he has embraced a transformative journey and is genuinely committed to leading a law-abiding and productive life upon release. Additionally, I wanted to highlight a strong support system with family and friends that Darwin has that awaits upon his relief. While I now live in California, I do have a home in Houston where Darwin is welcome to reside until he becomes self-sufficient. My current fiance is a reentry advocate here in California that is also seeking out resources in the Texas area to support Darwin upon his relief. These resources encompass employment, medical, housing, spiritual wellness, and even volunteering. I believe that granting parole to Darwin would not only be an opportunity for his redemption, but also a chance to contribute positively to society. With his newfound knowledge, skills, and deep personal growth, he is determined to make amends and give back. I prayerfully request that you consider Darwin's application for parole with utmost care and fairness. Thank you for your consideration, and I trust the board's wisdom and judgment as you carefully evaluate Darwin's readiness for parole. And if you should require any additional information, have any questions or comments, please do not hesitate reaching out to me. And I wish you all the best in your important work.
Ma'am, there are a couple of questions. I think Mr. Freeman has a question.
Yes, ma'am. In Houston, who would he be living with?
Actually, my son is there.
Okay,
So his son as well, Darwin Jr.
Because they wouldn't accept him if he didn't have family there.
Yes.
And they may accept him with a nephew there.
With a son.
Compact. Okay. So
Thank you. Now we hear from Miss Gina Gauthier, your sister, Miss Gauthier. You're on mute, ma'am.
Ma'am, you're muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Ma'am, we can.
Thank you for your consideration.
Your face is always, I'll move it. There you go. There you go. Now
Okay. Thank you to each of you for your consideration and this opportunity to speak on behalf of my baby brother. Darwin is ready to return to society and be a productive contribution, bringing his gifts and leadership as he has applied himself within the programs offered there at Allen Correctional Institute. He has expressed to me on numerous times and time again of his repentant heart and his recognition of what he has done to the women in his life. He has been able to express that there under the pressure he feels. But what I know is that he has a newfound knowledge of repentance, skills, and deep personal growth. He has tremendous family support. And I would say most importantly, that I feel he has been spiritually rehabilitated with a sense of purpose for his life. He's been refocused, he's repentant, he's remorseful and regretful for his lack of discipline and rebellion based on a lack of leadership in his home life as a young kid and a presently absent father, not giving any of that responsibility, but acknowledging what his background was. He's renewed with a renewed sense of repentance. I know personally through personal Bible study, he has a new perspective. He's been accountable for spiritual practice in his life, praying regularly, meditating, really trying to hone in on the meaning and purpose of his life. So he's recommitted to living a reproductive, purposeful life, I should say, with a spiritual direction that I believe will sustain him, because now he has a sense of direction and purpose. So on behalf of his family, I want to thank you for your consideration of his release back into society with his family. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now we'll hear from the opposition. We'll hear from Mr. Frederick Ayden. Mr. Ayden.
Wait for it.
Ayden, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay. If you'll introduce yourself and tell us what you'd like us to know.
Take us on a tour of your house
I
as well.
feel that that he should do his term that he was sentenced to, and his answering and responses, I still see where he's still on to try to be in control. His tone of how he was responding, and I felt that he was getting a little irritated just by trying to think ahead of you and trying to tell you what he felt the board needed to hear from him. And the fact that you had to ask him about how he felt or what thoughts he had about what he had done to the victim, to my daughter, and the hurt and pain that we suffered and still do. So I just don't see that he's ready when he's trying to be so exact or trying to hold you exact or the board and staff on your questioning when you just want honest, direct answers and with hopefully some remorse and empathy from him. But he was in his answering trying to stand firm and control the questioning and trying to dictate on what and when the times and to try to seem like you were asking questions of different things that wasn't proper at the time. There's things that he wasn't prepared and had his mind set up to answer. And I appreciate you with all the board with all the direct questions and your experience and knowledge that your line of questioning was good, and he had every opportunity to express his feelings about what he'd done and the cause and effects of his actions and being irresponsible as he was. I still see manipulation in him. I still see him wanting to be in control. And in today's time, it's a different time than it was years ago. There were better opportunities to me, but with the legalization of a lot of marijuana and possession of marijuana has gotten more lax on the laws. I think the opportunity for a person to fall back down that same trail is easier now, and it's just the inflation, the job situations out there. It's a little bit tougher time now, and the challenges for him will be much greater with the drugs, trying to stay away from it because it's going to be more people will be around him smoking it because it's more legal. The laws are lax on marijuana, and it may start right. I can't say he will or he won't, but there's a greater opportunity to fall back in the same rut. And I just don't know if anyone can be that strong. But just hearing what he had to say in his responses this morning, it just brought me back to when it all happened, and I don't see a different person. I understand. I heard with the supporters of people speaking in his support, and most of it they were reading. It was scripted, and their cause and effect are not the same as mine are, because we were affected. My daughter was terribly affected. She still have issues and problems. I don't know if she left the Zoom. Is she going to be speaker? She's going to come back and say her part. But
I don't know. Do we have her on?
The victim.
But so that's I prefer him doing his full term. That's what I was looking forward to, and I'm not going to change on that. And because this morning,
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Is Tori Paradin on there?
Yes, I am. Sorry about that. My computer died, wasn't plugged in.
Thank you, Ms. Paradin. If you'll introduce yourself and tell us what you'd like us to know.
I'm Tori Paradin. I am the victim in this case. Basically, Mr. Goche still is not facing the facts of what happened. He's still denying the truth. So what happened is I've never changed the stories. It is what it is. But he has not accepted the fact, and he's still being untruthful about it. So that's basically all I have to say. I thought I would at least hear some type of remorse from him or anything, but for him to flat out deny what happened again, it shows me that he doesn't really fully understand or have accepted what he's done. So how can you recover from something that you never did? Or how can you move forward if you have never accepted the fact of what you did? That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Mr. Goche, is there anything you'd like to say before the panel votes?
Yes, sir. I want Tur to know that I am sorry and I am remorseful. I want you to know that I really am.
Speak to us.
Speak to us. Speak to us.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I want the victim to know that I am very sorry and I am remorseful for my actions. I do want you to know that. I do want the board to know that as well. I do feel like I'm ready for society. I've understand a lot now about myself, about my actions. I've learned what I need to do in certain situations when I feel myself in situations where I'm gonna lose control or something like that. I've learned about managing my mental health and dealing with mental health specialists. So I feel like I have made progress and that I am ready for society.
Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate your comments. Now we're but okay. All right. Mr. Gauthier,
sorry.
I think you've accomplished some things while you've been in prison. I think it's very good that you've addressed some of your mental health issues. It sounds like you've been in treatment or at least getting some benefits for quite some time. I don't think you've been totally honest with us about what you did. You may not remember what you did. I don't know. I don't know. Sometimes we have people that come on here that really don't recall. They believe things that happened their way and they're just stuck with that. I don't know if that's the case with you or not, but I'm very concerned. I think you're moving in the right direction. I don't think you're there yet. I think you need a lot more work on your substance abuse. I mean, when you say, well, I'm just not going to do drugs anymore because mental health was my issue and I've got that resolved. I mean, I know, and I don't know that you know that, and that's the problem. I think you need to understand that that's not the solution. There's a lot more issues than what you're willing to deal with. I don't think that you've been totally honest with us today. I don't know that you've been totally honest with yourself. So I think you need a lot more work based upon your history of violence, the effect that you've had on the victim. While she talked to us a little bit today, she did submit a lot of information to us, which shows all of the medical treatment she had, the emotional issues she had, the burn care that she had to go through, the physical scarring that she's had. So we have all of that information in the record. You have law enforcement opposition against you. You have disciplinary issues. You have a moderate risk of reoffending. You have moderate needs, very high on substance abuse. And your overall prison record indicates fair, which is not often seen. Usually it's good. This one indicates fair. So based upon all of those things, I think you need some long-term substance abuse treatment within the Department of Corrections. And I think that you need to go quite a bit longer without any sort of disciplinary issues. You had 2 write-ups in 2022, one for contraband and one for fighting violence again. So my vote would be to deny. So I'm only one vote. We'll see what the rest of the panel does. So Ms. Wise.
Thank you, Chairman. To the victims in this family, I just appreciate y'all's participation today. I know this was hard. I know it was challenging. And I thank you for showing up. And even for your supporters, I appreciate them as well for participating. There's hope for you. There's a lot of hope for you. But for me, you were found guilty by a jury. I concur with my colleague. My vote is denied. The nature of the offense, the impact on the victim. You have victims you don't even remember. You don't even remember their names that you've battered. And today you lack remorse to me. You were very misgiving about what you've done, as if it was a dish towel. It wasn't a human being somebody's doing. And that was concerning for me. My vote is denied, and I wish you well.
Thank you, Mr. Wise.
I concur for the same reason.
Mr. Gauthier, I hope that you continue to progress in prison. You have 3 votes to deny. Your parole has been denied today. Good luck to you, sir.
All right, thank you guys. Y'all have a good day. All right.
You work, Gauthier. You work.
All right, let me tell you where we're going to go next, because here's where we're at. latest I've heard, we are very close. They are very close to seating a jury. Expected openings this afternoon. So we're going to take a lunch break and then come back and see if we can possibly be a little bit closer to the opening statements in this the Georgia v. Hannah Payne trial. Yeah, it look weird when it's that big. All right, that's what's on our schedule, and then hopefully we can get the part one. This turned out to just be court hopping, so I'll probably rename this one and maybe put a new thumbnail on it. But maybe part one of Hannah Payne trial can start this afternoon, and let me do the renaming now before it goes away. It's easier now. Let's see. We're gonna copy that, save it, and say. There we go. We're going to save it like that. All right. Do we know how close they are? They haven't given us the numbers. They just, the powers that be, the people that are close by and are watching, are saying that they are expecting now openings this afternoon. They're very close to seating a jury. If they have, it probably means they're within 2 hours. They'll probably complete the jury and all their alternates within the next round of jurors, or possibly 2. That means that between 2 to 4 hours, they'll have a jury selected and they'll be able to move forward. Let's see, what's the trial about? Rebecca, the trial that we're going to be following is Georgia v. Rebecca Payne. Rebecca Payne was a witness to a traffic accident where Mr. Herring crashed into a semi-truck. They pulled over and stopped and were waiting for authorities. Mr. Herring exhibited some things that I believe Hannah Payne thought was intoxication, symptoms of intoxication. And then Mr. Herring decided to drive away and left, and Hannah followed after him in the car and called the police while following him. The police told her not to follow him, to stop and go back and wait. And instead she continued pursuing, ended up sort of cutting him off and forcing him to stop, and then approached him and got into altercation with him. In the course of the altercation, it became physical. She ended up drawing a firearm that she was carrying, and Mr. Herring ended up shot. He then passed away from his injuries. So it went from a traffic accident witness to vigilante murder is basically the allegations. So it's a tough one. It's a tough one, but we're gonna have that here. Hannah is 21, or was 21 when it happened. She's now 25. Mr. Herring was like 69 or 70. This is all happening down there in Georgia in. That's the wrong one. I think it's Clayton County. Is it Clayton County? Yeah, Clayton County. So that's where we are. Road rage. It's wild. You've got citizens arrest in there. Is the new link for the afternoon startup now? It's not. I'll put it up, Nathan, in just a moment. As soon as I end this one, I'm going to copy it and put it up, and then I'll fix the old one to get I'll put just a generic thumbnail on instead of this one. It'll be easier that way. But we'll be up this afternoon. I think we've got enough time for a full lunch, so I think if we do an hour lunch, that'll give them time to seat a jury. If they seat a jury before then, let's see, search, latest. If they seat a jury before then, we'll just go live early. That's it. So if you have your notifications turned on, you'll see it. Nathan, by the way, welcome to the gallery. Good to see that courthouse turn green by your name. Thank you very much, my friend. Would not be the same without you here. Did he get parole? The last guy did not get parole. Last guy did not. We got 3 no's. I've never seen 3 no's before. I've always seen it a sort of a blend. But let's see. Anything else we need to follow here? You can citizens arrest in Georgia for a felony. Yeah. But just make sure you know all the facts. And I don't think she had all the facts. Aria said lunch, but nobody used the lunch command. Try it again. Try it again, huh? What's for lunch? Or is the command not working? They might have broken here when I fell asleep. I got a little bit of shut-eye. Realized my kid's been up all night not feeling good. I think he's got a flu bug that's going around, and so it's been a long night with very little sleep. You can tell the sound is down. Yes, actually you can. If I move this, this is the sounds for voice right here. So when it's down, you can't hear it. When it's up, you can. So now it's loud, full volume.
When are we going to break for lunch, Judge?
There it is. There it is. All right. Everyone has a stomach bug around me. It's going around. I'm pretty sure it's going to go through our family. I'm not excited to have my bout with it. I was thinking of live streaming the whole thing so you guys could all enjoy it with me. I'm pretty sure that's against YouTube's terms of service, though, so we'll have to be careful about that one.
Send someone with more experience.
Yeah. Fun news. I did order. I'm slowly acquiring all the gear I need to do a gig that I'm slated for in March. Just a one-day gig. But today I should be getting a wireless transmitter for video, HDMI 4K.
Call from Mr. Wisconsin.
Ivan, my friend, how are you doing this afternoon?
Hey.
Is that correct?
How goes it?
It goes well. How's your bench pressing going? Have you done any warm ups today? Done a few reps?
I have increased my push-up count, and the reps are going up daily because I have come for redemption.
Yeah, you're gonna win this one. I think you've given yourself enough time, and it's an achievable goal. As long as you don't like fall off the wagon between here and then, I think you're going to accomplish it. So your hair is safe. What kind of wagon are we talking about? I didn't say what kind of wagon, just any wagon. You don't want to fall off any wagons. I was thinking of like a physical injury, like you fell off a wagon, got injured.
I'm not a cat. Well, it's wagon ride season up here in Wisconsin, so I didn't know if you meant literal or not.
Yeah.
Currently trudging through 3 inches of fresh powder, snow. I mean. Snow isn't powder.
Yes, you have to clarify which type of powder you're dealing with. 3 inches. I mean, that's a lot. So
I just need one thing answered.
What's that?
About our armed Karen. Was the hit and run suspect a trained MMA fighter? Do we know that?
No, he was like 69 or 70 years old.
So what are you trying to say? That sounds like ageism to me.
Most trained MMA fighters don't live that long. I'm just saying things happen. What's the last? I mean, how old's Hoist Gracie?
Oh boy, now you're putting me on the spot. I don't know. Or Chuck Liddell, he's got to be up there too, right?
Yeah, he's.
Ken Shamrock, those are some OGs.
Yeah, but they don't go around saying, "Yeah, I'm a trained MMA fighter." Now that's probably not their lead. There's not like, "Hi, this is my job. This is what I do." They're out of that scene.
Even as awful as Liddell looked in his final years, I think if you met him on the street, you would probably know he was a trained something or other. But no, I don't know. I didn't realize the exact facts. Usually, I know it's going to shock some people, but usually I'm on the side of the vigilante. I mean, if you can believe that.
Yeah.
But this just seems like. The only thing worse than a Karen is a Karen with a gun, and that's.
We have some great Karens in chat, just for the record.
Well, I know I'm using the prerogative. I get it.
I don't use that term very often. I wish there was another word we could use for it, because everyone knows what you mean by that. But at the same time, I feel bad for anyone
Well, there is another word, but
You're breaking up, Ivan. I can't hear you. No, just kidding.
All right.
I'll say this.
Go.
I'll say this.
Yep.
What was really surprising was yesterday when we heard that the state offered the woman a plea deal, right at the last minute.
Of what? Do we know?
Well, she's facing life in prison without parole, and they offered her life with parole. It's not a huge deal. It's not huge, but the fact that they were willing to offer one at the last minute might be an indication that they realize they have a high hurdle to overcome with an area.
How old is she?
She's 24.
Oh, well, then that was the deal she should have took. Because, I mean, if you're, she's 2 or 3 times that, then whatever, roll the dice. But, like, if you're 24 and you got a chance to get out, you kind of got to take that. But
we'll see. So, I think she's going with a self-defense as a defense. She may take the stand on this one. There's the key moment of this whole altercation that she might be the only witness for. And if she's believable and everything, I mean, you never know. You never know. You never know what the jury's going to do. So
nobody else like saw what was happening while they were fighting?
I believe there were some witnesses that were ways away. There was a portion of it that was filmed, but I don't know if anyone has really a good view of what happened in the moment. So we're waiting for that.
I think people will view it the same way as, you know, when Tiny Tim went up against Big John. You know, here we got a 24-year-old with a gun, you know, going against Father Time. And so it doesn't really seem like, you know, physical altercation. How did she have time to reach? How did she have time to pull and draw? Like, that's just, it seems like having that video would be crucial. And I still don't know that. I always love it when you get somebody to chase down somebody before the cops. I'm a big fan of it. I know it's illegal, but add it to the list.
Citizen's arrest for everybody. You get a citizen's arrest, and you get a citizen's arrest.
Right, but at that point, like, you already cut them off. Stay in your car, lock your car, call the cops. Like, right. And this is me talking. Yeah. So
there are lots of ways this could have been de-escalated and not ended up where it did, and especially when we see all the facts and realize that Mr. Herring was suffering from diabetes, medical condition. It's just it's tragic.
Did he ever get his BAC?
Zero. Yeah, he had
boy.
Zero. Yeah, it's
so for the whole purpose. I just want to know what made him run. Like, you know what I mean? Like, why run if you're not drunk?
He was suffering from a diabetic episode. That's why he didn't. He probably didn't even know he was in an accident.
Well, he knew enough to run. I mean,
it wasn't running. It wasn't like a pursuit and a chase and everything. I just.
Well, when he fled in his car, right?
No, he got in his car and just kept driving.
So, like, did he get out or anything to, like, check on the driver or any of that?
I don't know all the details yet. I'm looking forward to hearing it, but it sounds... Okay. Yeah, it sounds...
Seems like that stuff would matter, like, as far as his state of mind goes. Like, yeah, I get it. If you have a diabetic episode, like, if he just keeps driving like nothing happened, but if he gets out, checks on it, and then... Because what was her reasoning for thinking he was messed up? It seems to me he must have had to have gotten out of the vehicle, right? Like,
or that a lot of times a diabetic episode presents very similar to intoxication, with slow response, slurred speech. If you go over and talk to him, like slurred speech, slow response, confusion, a little bit of, you know, obviously normally you would smell alcohol if someone was maybe that drunk.
Right.
But 21 years old, I don't know. It's a tough one.
Yeah, I think she should have probably taken that deal. She probably should have just stayed home and kept watching Days of Our Lives. But you know, we all make choices. So
yep, we'll see what the jury decides. Yep, Ivan, thank you very much.
And,
keep continuing on your workout. I'm worried about your hairstyle. So
I have to, man. This is the one. All right, redemption is coming.
Awesome. Thanks, Ivan. Good to talk to you, my friend.
Yeah, bye-bye.
Love you, man. Bye.
You too. Bye.
All right. The very sweet smell on the breath indicates high sugar level. I believe, but that smell is not nearly as, I would say, pungent as high intoxication smell. Generally, it's easier to detect intoxication, but somebody who knows the situation could definitely find out. Could definitely see that it was diabetic related. All right, so we're going to take a lunch. Let me do a quick check to see if we have any more updates on Hannah Payne. Let's see. Last we knew, within about an hour, it says looks like they're close to seating a jury, expecting openings this afternoon. So we're going to do a 1 hour lunch. That'll bring us back here at let's do 2:30. 2:30, and so 58 minutes from now, roughly, we'll be back, and we'll pick up where we left off. Hopefully have a court case for us then as well. So that'll be good. All right, we'll be back in 1 hour from now. 1 hour from now, and then hopefully we'll have good news as well. Thank you to the amazing mods who make this all possible. Thank you so much. The work they do is incredible. I appreciate all of them. Behind the scenes and here what you can see, it's wonderful. To all of you who joined us this morning, thank you so much. I hope we have a new court case here that we can enjoy together and have some good conversation on. For those that are not able to come back and maybe have to watch on the replay crew, I realize there's a part of you around the world who it's past midnight for you, yet here you are. Tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone to make their day just a little bit better. And please stay safe till we go live again in about an hour after lunch. Hopefully. Hang on. I'm getting choked up about this. Sorry. Hopefully we have a court case have a new court case with opening statements, and in the case of Georgia versus Hannah Payton. It's a murder trial, and it's got a citizen's arrest in it. I don't think we've had a citizen's arrest yet. This might be our first citizen's arrest trial. Anyway, thanks, guys. We're going to see you guys after lunch. Be good to each other. See you in a little bit. Bye.
Is that correct? That looks stolen as well.